back to another episode of the Korok Seed Master Mode Challenge. We are officially past the halfway point, which means that we've got less seeds to collect than ever before, but we are still far from done. So let's jump into today's 20 seeds, the majority of which are going to be found right here around Death Mountain. So be sure to leave a like on today's video if you found it enjoyable and or instructional, and don't forget to subscribe for more daily content. Let's jump into those seeds. Seed number 461 is a rock that's hiding behind a bombable wall, which, I mean, those are pretty common in terms of the seeds that we've seen, though this rock wall is hidden in a little bit of an outcropping on the side of Death Mountain, so you'll need to go a little bit out of your way or a standard walking path in order to find this one. And seed number 462 is another rock. This one's sitting atop a rock pillar that is located right within a stream of lava. So if you're like me and you haven't done anything else in the game, then you're going to need to swoop down from a higher vantage point in order to access this one, from which you can then safely glide away back over to the shore, after, of course, dropping the rock back on the Korok's head. Seed number 463 is going to be a magnesis block puzzle, which we haven't done one of these in a minute. So gliding down here, we find ourselves with one that's fairly simple. You just got to pick up the block from the ground and slide it right into this opening on the right side structure, so it remains identical to the one at its immediate left. And that's a pretty simple seed to collect there. So we can then move on from this spot over to the next seed, which is going to be seed number 464. And this, I've said it before in previous videos, this is one of my favorite styles, and this one I think is my new favorite alteration on this, because instead of rolling a boulder down into a random hole in the ground, you're rolling it down into a puddle of lava. And as you see, as it arrives here at the very end, you see that it slowly sinks into that lava before playing the animation and granting you the seed from this area. And I just think that that's a really cool touch to add to that design of the seed. Seed number 465 is a time trial, which is very simple. You've just got to glide down to this rock and interact with the ring. You've got more than enough time to do so, and then you can very safely hop back over onto the shore that's just over here off to the left once you're done. Seed number 466, though, is a little bit more perilous. This is going to be atop this large bone structure, atop this frontmost rib or spine area. As you climb all the way to the top, you'll see that there are some fairy lights that you need to interact with. Just be careful, because you can very easily fall off the edge here. And it's within spitting distance of the previous seed, which was hanging out on that rock that you can now see there in the background. Seed number 467 of our adventure is sitting atop this spire, and you do need to drop this rock down to the formation down below. Luckily, the ground is not sloped, so you don't have to worry about your rock rolling away or going too far from its end destination, which is this adjoining circle here. It is a little bit hard to see in this lighting because the rocks are so dark, but you do end up finding and finishing this seed with relative ease. We can then move along to seed number 468. This one is probably the one that took me the longest out of the 20 seeds today, just because it is a very oddly shaped flying balloon around here. So we do go ahead and equip ourselves with a bow, and you'll see that we have the balloon circling around this skull. It kind of follows a weird little updraft rule. I initially tried shooting it as it comes up through the eye socket there, but I eventually settled on it actually being a little more consistent to try hitting it down here at the bottom, because there's more time of the balloon actually spinning around on your screen, and you'll see from that point we got it within just a couple of shots, so not too many arrows wasted in collecting this seed here. Seed number 469 is a very simple seed atop a rock spire that you've just got to walk out and grab. And like any other seed, you've got to make sure that you drop the rock back down on top of this guy's head, because it's really hot out here, and he can use any of the shelter that we can help to provide him. Unfortunately, though, this is like most of the rocks that we drop back, where it doesn't end up staying on his head. Seed number 470 is similar, if not identical, to the first seed that we saw in today's video, which is a seed hiding behind this bombable wall over here. which you will want to blast away in order to gain access to it. And I must have destroyed a precious ore deposit with the bomb blast there because of that opal that showed up, which was definitely a nice little thing to add in since we spent a lot of rupees acquiring our flame-resistant armor. Seed number 471 is atop this crab structure here on the map. And on the inside of this, I believe there is a shrine, but that's not what we're here for because we've got to get all 900 Korok seeds before we even think about doing anything else. So grabbing this seed from this location brings us to the midway point of the video. So we'll drop that rock back down on top of that guy's head and move right along to the next one. This is out on top of the rock structure that's found in the abandoned mine. So make sure that you climb to the top of this structure, grab the seed, and subsequently drop it back down on top of this guy's head because the sun's out, which makes it especially hot in this area despite all of the lava that's present. Seed number 473 is probably the most perilous in terms of the journey that we're trying to accomplish here. And that is because it's this little time trial puzzle, which makes you glide right across the lava. You'll see that my leg dips into the lava just a bit where it drains out some of my health, but we don't spend very much time in it, so we are safe to continue moving right along forward. And that allows us to complete that time trial and collect the seed from here. We've now got to climb back up the cliff back on the side that we just came off of for another one of these boulder puzzles where we need to roll this rock down the hill and into the lava puddle. I was a little scared that that one was going to roll into the river instead, but it did end up exactly where we needed it to be. And that grants us the Korok seed from here. And then across the canyon, there is an identical puzzle, with the exception that it's not a lava pond, but rather a hot spring. And if you weren't aware about what the hot springs do, apart from in this specific instance being the end of a Korok seed puzzle, you can actually hang out in the hot springs to regenerate your health passively instead of needing to consume food or other dishes to do so. But we grab that seed and move right along down the line to collect seed number 476, which is another pattern puzzle, and this is one of the first pattern puzzles we've had in a long time that requires multiple rocks. They are very close to their respective areas though, so we just grab this rock from this spot, and I didn't notice that, so I thought that maybe I had it off-centered, but as I was readjusting, I noticed that there's another rock missing over there to the left. So this one's hanging out in the shadow of the large boulder here, and as soon as we grab that rock, we can just place it into the missing part of the pattern, and you'll see that that is exactly what we needed in order to collect the seed from this locale, which it definitely throws you for a loop, and I think it wouldn't have been nearly as difficult under better lighting, but that's the time that we came here, so I can't make any other excuses in terms of collecting the seed from this puzzle. Seed number 477, though, is another pattern puzzle that I was flying by on my way to another one. And this one is similar to the last one, except we just have the one rock that needs to be added. This one is hanging out a little bit further away compared to the last puzzle, but it's just the one. And it completes a nice little sun picture here, which makes things look very nice and kind of fun that that was the design that they decided to go with instead of a standard circle or spiral. So no complaints on that one there. Seed number 478 is a ring of lily pads that we'll need to dive into, and you can see Hyrule Castle off there in the distance as we collect the seed from here, as well as another shrine over here off to the right. There is actually a boulder in this same pond, which is going to be the best place to collect seed number 479. And I was a little confused at this one because I was under the assumption we needed to place the magnesis block in this little area here. But when that didn't work, I took a peer back over at the other structure because it's a little bit harder to decipher where it's actually sitting under the water. And what we'll need to do is slide that block a little over to the right, and that's going to be all we need to collect the seed from this spot here. Not my favorite in terms of the pattern puzzles or the magnesis block puzzles, because I like to be able to reference what I'm trying to mimic. And finally, for today's video, we have seed 480, which we're going to blow up with a bomb. Just blast that acorn right out of the hole in the tree. So the first seed that we're going after is in this encampment area, and And looking back, I probably should have taken a moment to access the tower that's right there in the background as well, but we'll have to get that in a different episode as we are taking off to a very different part of the map in today's video, which is going to be up behind the Akala Fortress. So the remaining 19 seeds will be out in that general direction. Seed number 482 of our overall adventure is going to be this rock that's hanging out underneath the bridge. We'll want to lift it up off of this poor little guy's head, though he is managing to stay a little bit drier when compared to others of his buddies that are hanging around out here. So drop the rock back down on top of him and continue on to seed number 483. Which is going to be another rock shoot challenge here. You could probably do so with the Cryonis rune, but you can also just walk up to the edge of this cliff and toss it in without any adverse effects on the collection of the seed from this spot. Just a short walk over from where we just came from. We have seed number 484, which is going to be an apple that we plop down into this dish. That grants us the seed from this spot, and honestly, we hadn't seen one of those in a minute or so, so it's good to see that that has made its return as well. Seed number 485 is another tree that we'll need to climb and collect some of the apples off of. I had gotten one previous, and as you can tell from the debris scattered around here, I'd had a scuffle with a couple of Stalazalfos. But after taking them out, we were able to return to this tree and finish up our collection of it. I had thought I remembered in the past that I can just barely climb up into the canopy of that tree without needing to accelerated climb, but at the end of the day, we made our way up there, jumped out of the edge, and grabbed the apple off of the remaining branch to grab the seed from here. And then, of course, there's 3 extra apples that you want to grab before taking off from there. Seed number 486 was one that confused me a little bit because there's generally 5 of these, and it took me a while and a lap around this area, but the 5 cluster of flowers is up in the branches of that tree for whatever reason. I also didn't take any time to unlock this fairy fountain because, well, didn't want to and probably didn't have the money either. Seed number 487 is going to be this rock on top of this ruined structure, though we do need to make sure that we cover this guy up a little bit because there is a guardian prowling around in the background, and he is just a recipe for trouble. You can see him shuffling there in the background there. Seed number 489 is a pattern puzzle that is just around the bend from this, and a short walk away from the actual circle the rock is hiding inside a couple of bushes. That seems to be pretty standard when it comes to looking for rocks for these patterns. If they're not just lying out in the open, they tend to be tucked behind a bush or otherwise occulted from view. But we grabbed it, and that's going to grant us the seed from here, which means we can move right along to seed number 489, which is a set of flowers that gradually makes its way down off the side of this bridge. So be cautious with that as you make your way down, but don't worry, because as you may be aware, as soon as you finish out these flower trails and collect the final flower or collect any Korok seed in general, you do automatically receive a refresh to your stamina. So grabbing this final flower down here from the bottom will provide us more than enough stamina that we need to make our way back up to the top of that bridge and safely continue on to collect seed number 490, which was a little bit of a trying time trial because it runs a little bit fast and you need to eventually make your way up to the top of this pillar and then jump and glide into the circle out suspended in the air. And as you saw there, we were just at the end of that timer, and it did take me a couple of tries to get that, but we knocked it out. So that is all we needed to be concerned about with this one. Seed number 491, I think, is the longest flower puzzle or flower trail that we need to follow, and it's just from the neighboring area of where we just collected the last seed. So we'll want to gradually run our way down this path. I actually think that this would be a fun little mini game to challenge yourself to in terms of can you do it while shield surfing, but I wasn't in the mood to test that out today, so maybe in a future video we will look into the feasibility of collecting the Korok seed from this spot in one single run on a shield surf. But as we continue to make our way down, it seems to be a little more optimal to glide your way down to the base and you do need to continue even through this structure. I think there's 6 or 7 different areas where you need to grab those flowers and continue through, and that's not even the last one there, as there's one final flower over on the other side of this reflection pool. So as soon as we arrive at this destination, we can collect a seed for a very well-earned puzzle, or distance traveled wise, and progress over to seed number 492, which is next to the end area of this puzzle we just did. We'll need to grab this block from the top of the ruin structure and plop it into place. I thought it might have gone there, but generally these are a term of mirror mimicry. So as you can see with the block on the far side, we just need to make it mirrored match instead of direct match across. And that grants us the seed from this spot, which then takes us to seed number 493. Now, if you're running this traditionally, then you can run the orb that you caught a glimpse of in the previous segment and run it out to unlock the shrine that's located here. But we're not doing things that way, so we will want to light the pile of leaves on fire, burn them out of the way, and then grab the rock from off the top of this guy's head. And then swiftly run and take some cover behind this pillar before the Octoroks take us out with their projectiles. Seed number 494 is a much easier archery puzzle than some of the ones we've seen previously. They tend to cycle around the exact same area, though the middle one you'll have to adjust your aim a little bit, and for the other two, as soon as you hone in on the common area pattern for one, you just need to time out the sequence in which it is flying and loose your arrows accordingly. That gets us that seed, and I quite like the archery puzzles and the uniqueness that they bring to bear as well. Seed number 495 is a little bit of some tight timing, and I think you're meant to run or have high amounts of stamina for this, but because of the whistle run glitch, we can actually make our way there in little to no time at all. And we actually have quite a bit more time to spare than we otherwise would if we were to do traditional stamina running. So, not too shabby on that front, and really happy with how well that worked out in our favor when it comes to grabbing this seed from this spot here. Seed 496 is another pattern. This one is pretty simple, where it's just off to the edge here and you walk it in a straight line to the hole in the sequence of the pattern on the ground. And the next few are actually going to be out down towards the ocean. We have a magnesis block that we need to pick up and slide into the adjoining puzzle. I wasn't able to find the complementary piece to this, so I just took a couple of guesses. Odds are it was going to be one of the notches in the longer segment here, and as it turns out, it was indeed. It was just the one closer to the top of that, which I figure out here in about 2 seconds. And there we are. We slide it right on over and plop it into the correct locale there to grab the seed from this spot. And now we come to the point of the video where we have the thumbnail segment, because as I was running along a cliffside to avoid a guardian down below, I noticed that there is quite a beautiful sunrise that happens, and it happens a lot earlier than I thought that it would. If you look at the time, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, but maybe that's what it's like down by the sea. I wouldn't know. Seed number 498 is another set of flowers that you'll need to collect in the proper sequence. I'm gingerly going around them because, as you can see, there is a guardian wandering around in the background, and I don't want to have to fight him if I don't have to. So we grab the 2 on that rock, come over to grab the 3 on this one, and then flower clusters 4 and 5 are both over here. Do be advised that there are a couple of these little stone children things. I don't know what their technical name is, but they are wandering around, so you might want to keep your distance as you get closer to the end segment here. Seed number 499 is hiding underneath a giant stone slab, which we will tactfully lift off with a couple of Octorok balloons. We haven't used those in a hot minute either, but that allows us the seed from this spot, and of course we've got to provide this guy with some shelter, because, well, there's a guardian perusing, and even though this guy has his own secluded island, you can never be too careful. And seed number 500 of our adventure is behind this blast wall, and it's just a little rock that we're going to have to prop up off the bottom there. So seed number 501 of our adventure is going to be a nice little set of fairy lights that we can track down here, and I just so managed to land right in front of it to the point where we could pick it up with little to no delay. So absolutely no complaints on that front. Seed number 502 is a set of leaves, and this is not the one that we will be taking out as referenced by today's thumbnail, but instead is a set that we can just take care of by shooting a fire arrow into. Mainly because, well, they're sitting in a currently dry state and the weather is clear, though it's about to take a turn for the worse if you look at the weather indicator down there in the bottom right-hand screen. No matter, though, we can go ahead and pick up the rock and grab our seed and claim our reward from this location. And you already know what's going to happen here. As soon as we have that seed, we've got to give this guy some cover, especially where there is now charred grass around him, and who knows what else might walk up on top of him. Seed number 503 is a set of apples that we'll need to pick off of this tree. I've gotten a little bit more proficient at this with one minor hiccup right here where I didn't quite manage to buffer a jump before leaping off of the tree to grab that apple, and I quickly backed off of that because if you grab it at the wrong point, you're going to take down the apple you need to leave in place in order to claim the seed from this spot. Hopefully we won't be seeing too many more of these ones as I'm getting a little tired of their repetitiveness, especially where it's the exact same pattern on every single tree. But moving along to seed number 504, we have a tall pine tree that we need to climb up into, and I definitely wanted to go about this in a slightly unorthodox manner because as you see in the bottom corner, the weather in this region is currently rainy, and if you buffer over into or wander over to a zone where the weather is slightly different, you can circumvent that and get over to being able to access it without needing to deal with climbing a tree in the rain. Seed number 505 is down in the base of this quarry. It's one of two magnesis block puzzles that we have to complete here. And the formation here looks like it's all one solid formation, but there is the smallest little dividing line between the bottom section, which is the template, and the top section, which is the area that you need to fill out. So we'll go ahead and slide this box right into the location it needs to be. It's going to be a little tedious because it's very specific about where it needs to be placed, but it's not angular like we've seen some of the other ones, so no worries there in terms of completing that out. And we've got ourselves yet another Korok seed. Seed number 506 is in the same quarry, just on a different wall, and this time we need to move the block from the left-hand template to the right-hand formation. And I initially thought that it was going to be kind of a mirror inversion, but instead of top to bottom, it is indeed from left to right. So after realizing the mistake, we go ahead and reposition that to the top location, and that is plenty good to get us the seed from this spot as well. I like the variation in the magnesis seed puzzles, though they can be a little bit infuriating from time to time. So we can move right on along to seed number 507, which is going to be another set of fairy lights, and I believe that I have a style moblin on my tail, so I don't want to dally around here too long where I can avoid it. But easy enough, predict the pattern, grab the seed from him, and move right along to, I believe this is the Spring of Strength or Wisdom, one of the two. Either way, up along the rim at the top, there is a seed hiding underneath this rock that you can lift off of the formation. We're not going to do anything with this spring because, well, there's not a reason or purpose to at this stage in the game. So we'll move right along to seed number 509, and you'll see that we're starting to come into cover of some rain here, but we've got to walk around and interact with a bunch of these flower pattern puzzles here as well. And as soon as we grab the 5, which are not obstructed or obstrued in too crazy of a way this time around, we can claim the seed from this spot. Now, seed number 510 is a little bit difficult to do on our current stamina and without any of the climbing gear which is gained from some of the shrines. You'll see that it is atop this cliff, and there is a very quickly ticking time, and if you try and go about it in certain ways, you will actually cancel out the timer before you can actually complete it. I've sped this up so you're not slogging through the entire bit, but you'll notice that I am doing alterations of climbing up the wall and being able to walk up it as well at the areas where it's a bit more planar. Here we do a little bit of some whistle running, and we just managed to get to the timer as it ticks down, which is a lot harder to do in this iteration, again, where we are experiencing some issues with not having access to Rivali's Gale or increased stamina due to the nature of the challenge we're undertaking. Seed number 511, though, is hiding in this pile of discarded Guardians up at the Akala Tech Lab, and that is going to be this stone that's right down here at the back of the pile. Simply pick it up, and you will be able to claim the reward of your labors before dropping the rock right back down on top of this guy's head. But we're going to omit that because it's currently raining in this zone, and we need to make our way up to the top of the tech lab, as there is an observation platform and a lawn chair underneath a umbrella that is housing another set of fairy lights, these ones being of the kind that do not move, which really makes me happy. So we'll just interact with those ones real quick and claim the rewards from this spot before moving on to seed number 513. And this is where I had a little bit of a different thought. As I was sitting in this pile of leaves to avoid being spotted by any monsters, and initially thinking to just wait out the storm, I had a thought, and that is, well, it's currently lightning and thundering outside, and so what we can do is we can go ahead and drop a metal weapon here on the ground. So I go ahead and pull out my used soldier's broadsword, and we go ahead and drop that down there. It's actually the knight's broadsword. We drop it in this pile of leaves and slowly walk away. And sure enough, after a very short interim, we have the lightning particles starting to kick up on that sword. And as the lightning comes down, I was expecting for it to burn things away, but no, it completely clears out all of the bushes and leaves that were obstructing the rock, so we can go ahead and grab this one without needing to wait for the weather to improve, because we would have been sitting here for a lot longer than I would have liked. So that was something that I learned today, and hope that you benefited from as well, as that is something that I don't know I've seen talked about at all. We'll drop this rock back down on top of this guy's head before going over to seed number 514, and the rain has now dissipated, so we can go ahead and take a shot with our standard flame arrow, which is the overall intended method of getting rid of these leaves. After claiming the seed from this location, we of course drop the rock right back down on top of this guy's head as well, and we can then move forward in our adventures to go out and claim seed number 515. Boink! They all have individual text readouts as well, which is kind of interesting. 515 is a acorn that is hiding in the end of a log. You're intended to shoot it or otherwise hit it with one of your weapons, but bombs are reusable and don't take up any of your weapon durability, so I like to use those wherever I can. Seed number 516 is a balloon up atop this little rock fixture here, and I didn't quite transition over to the standard set of arrows there, so we do that as we grab the seed from this spot as well. And this next bit is not something I was looking forward to. In order to get to seed number 517 and actually clear that out, there was a big scary Lionel hiding in the way, so we needed to take him out as well. Now, we've showcased a Hinox fight previously in this series, but this was my first task of taking on the most difficult mini-boss outside of the Blight Ganon fights that you can have, and some may even say that this is more difficult because it has less gimmicks that you can use and employ into the fight. I do appreciate the fact that mounting the Lionel and attacking him from the backside does not gimp the overall attack output of your weapons and actually allows you to conserve your weapon durability as well, which is quite good. Now, this Lionel is being a little bit of a nuisance for us and running around, and when it comes to the weapons that we could get off of him, I don't think that he's my overall favorite. The spears are nice, but I would rather have a Savage Lionel Crusher or even a Savage Lionel Sword, because those ones tend to be a lot more worth it in terms of the damage output. But this is the one that we needed to clear out in order to make sure that we get ourselves the Korok seed from this area, and you'll see why that's important as we get into it. But I did end up finding out that in breaking the Lionel out of his charge, you can stagger him out of that. That's an animation I hadn't really seen, but if you blow him up, he will come to a screeching halt, in his charge, though he does not do that with a lot of his other attacks. We've taken some unnecessary hits here, and you'll see that we've consumed a couple of fairies in this fight as well. With that jumping up attack, you can actually run back behind him and seek some solace from his posterior, as he doesn't buck like a horse, and that is much appreciated, to be sure. We take a couple more swings at him from the backside there, and narrowly avoid another hit from his spear ducking underneath him there. But we just managed to not be on the backside of him there. Honestly, I didn't quite notice that, and supposedly I could have recaptured that fairy, even though he just kind of revived me. I didn't really expect that to be something that you could do, but I'll have to do some more research into that to see if that is something that you can indeed do. Reclaim a fairy after he has saved your life and put him back into your inventory. Because that would really make my life a lot easier if indeed that is something that you can do. Though you would have to do it under a very specific set of circumstances, to be sure. Let's go finishing out this fight, though, and we should just about be able to do so. We were on our stand-up invulnerability there, which was quite nice, and the Lionel's just got a couple of hits left in him here, and we just managed to get a headshot off on him before he starts doing anything else, and this is going to be the final mount as we finish out the fight. So first Lionel of the Hardcore series done, and pay no mind to the X on the map in the bottom right hand corner, as yes, this did take me a couple of tries in order to take down, as I'm a little bit rusty fighting Lionels. But there's a lot of really cool stuff that we can get from these, including that Savage Lionel Spear, which has a decently high durability, a 3-shot Lionel Bow, which I'm quite excited about, and we will go ahead and drop the bow that we are currently wielding in order to refresh it with a new bow with heightened durability and a triple shot as well, as that's going to be quite useful for certain scenarios. This is why we needed to take out that Lionel, as seed number 517 in our little adventure here involves rolling a boulder through the valley where the Lionel hangs out in order to put it in a hole. A bit of some large-scale Hyrule golfing, if you will. And as we get it up the hill here, we do need to make more use of our stasis. There are a couple of other puzzles like this that I've seen that you can do without taking advantage of overusing stasis at all, but you can just use the natural flow of the terrain in order to knock it around. And with a couple of more placement shots, we do end up taking this boulder to the back side of the hill, where it actually makes it a little bit easier to slide into the needed position. We missed it there and was terrified that it was going to roll too far back, but it didn't naturally come to a rest there before we needed to give it a couple more whacks. This is the last set of stasis hits, as it sits and rests right here on the edge of the hole. We can just give it a little nudge into its final resting place, claim this seed, and quickly go to a more stress-free environment, as I'm not keen on going to fight any other Lionels anytime in the near future. I'd like to get a little more practice in before needing to call on that again. Seed number 518 is another set of a 5-pattern sequence for these flowers. This is similar to the previous one that we saw, where the cluster of 3 is hidden a little bit further out of the way and occulted by some natural scenery, but it is very much still in a visible space, and don't really have any complaints about that set of flowers that we were seeking out. Seed number 519 is actually going to be a final boulder that we're going to take care of. This is one that you have to knock off of the seed that it's resting on top of. Unfortunately, it is not one that we can just push off, because these boulders are a little bit larger than some of the other ones that we've seen that rest kind of similar to that. But it's all well and good. We can now grab the seed from the bottom of this fissure here and claim the reward for this trial for ourselves. We'll just go ahead and drop that rock back down on top of his head, and then make our way over to seed number 520, which is another rock hiding underneath something. This one is actually going to be a larger slab that we will go ahead and use a couple of our Octorock balloons on in order to lift it off, as I find that a little easier than consuming unnecessary damage and weapon durability on the slab in terms of knocking it out. Though there is a Hinox down right below this, so you may even be able to use this slab to your advantage if you wanted to go and take that Hinox out, which we might do for fun. Now this is a black Hinox. He's not the most difficult of the enemies that you can take on. But he does have down on his ankle a guard that will make things a little bit more difficult when it comes to doing combat up close and personal. He's honed in on this tree a little bit, which can be a little bit concerning, but upon knocking him in the eye, he does go ahead and drop that down. Now, we probably could burn off his leg wrap if we were to use some fire, as it does appear to be more of the wood itself, whereas a lot of the higher level, more difficult Hinoxes that we can face off against have metal wraps around their ankles and around both of them. But this is really going to be all we needed to do to take him on and finish him off. And with a final slam down of our spin attack there, we've got him taken care of. So that'll give us a couple of more monster parts that we can sell off and a couple of other things there. Seed number 521 is going to be the first seed in our little journey here. We do need to make sure that we have the Magnesis active, and I really like this one. It's a very simple puzzle, but it's in a way that we haven't really seen it before, where the blocks themselves are actually melded into the build that you need to go up onto in order to complete the puzzle. So really nice change in pace of the Magnesis Korok seed puzzles that we've seen so far. Seed 522 is going to be a ways down. We're going to want to drop a couple of Octorok balloons on top of this slab to move it up out of the way. We're running a little bit low on those, so we might need to make sure that we take out a couple of these Octoroks that are running around this little meadow here to replenish our stock a bit, as I'm not sure how many more of these slab type Korok seeds we are going to need to encounter here. But we've got this guy all freed up, and of course we've got to drop the rock back down on top of his head and make sure that we claim our reward from there. Seed number 523 is actually a short walk away from that last one, and it is up in the branches of this tree. It is a little bit difficult for me to get to in the current weather, but I didn't want to sit around and wait, so we did make sure that we got all the way up into the top here. And upon lifting the rock off the top of this guy's head, we can collect that seed. And we also get our stamina automatically refreshed as a part of this cutscene as well. So we'll drop the rock back down on top of this guy's head. And, ooh, look, an acorn. Seed number 524 is one that I actually had to go and get some stamina replenish elixirs taken care of. And I actually learned something new on this one. And that is right here, you'll see that I am completely out of stamina. But as I replenish the stamina with food that I've eaten by pausing here and replenishing the health bar, I actually grab onto the ledge with that replenished stamina even though I was out of it. So I decided to try it again because I've still got a little sliver here, and that means that the jump is going to be up a little higher. And right before we grab back onto that ledge and then fall back down, we do the same thing, this time with a stamina replenish elixir that actually gives us a little bit of extra stamina as well. And we just managed to make it up there. It's a very difficult stamina puzzle to do in terms of the stamina that we're restricting ourselves to in this challenge, but we got it, and I'm happy with it. Seed number 525 is going to be pretty simple apart from that bomb arrow I just took to the back. But all we need to do now is run this rock down to the pattern puzzle that's down on the bottom side of this cliff. Now, the bokoblins there, they are going to keep launching some bomb arrows at us, but we are far enough out of range at this point to where we don't need to worry about it. Probably should have launched that rock or thrown it down here just to make sure that we got it into a position we could work with it in. And I, of course, hit the R button instead of the B button or the A button to just drop it there. So that took up a little more time than it otherwise would. But at the end of the day, we got the seed and expended a fairy, but we can get those back as we know exactly where to go and grab them should we need to get a couple more. Seed number 526 is going to be in the area surrounding Death Mountain, where there is a large dead tree up here with a rock nestled in the branches. And we'll just need to lift that off of this guy's head, grab the seed from him, and then of course we've got to give him that cover because even though it's nighttime here, the sun's going to come back up and it's going to get hotter than it already does on top of this volcano. But apparently it doesn't balance on top of his head all that way well, and we fell down to the ground. Seed number 527, it's a pattern puzzle of sorts, but This one really made me angry. So what it is up here on top of the gut check rock with the Gore Tor shrine, there are a sequence of boulders and rocks pillars with small little rocks on top of them. And this one that I landed on, you've got to grab the rock and move it over to the edge so it matches the rest of them. And I'm really glad that I dropped it instead of throwing it like we did with the last rock we were working with. That one made me a little upset, but you know, it's what we needed in order to grab the seed from this spot, and now we can move on to the next, which is going to be behind this wall that we need to blast away. So chucking that bomb right into place there, that gives us access to this seed, and that is going to be really what we need for it. So we can then drop the rock back down on top of this guy's head and progress on to the next seed, which is going to be another wall that we blast away. This one in a slightly different location, but you know, every seed counts in this journey as we continue through. So, like treatment here, we drop the seed back down on top of this guy's head and move along to seed number 530, which marks the midway point of today's episode, which is actually going to be a magnesis puzzle. And this one we need to take from this structure over to the adjoining one that's over there. And I did have a little bit of difficulty sussing out where the block needed to go, but after a couple of trial and errors, you will get the hang of it. I probably actually could have accidentally gotten it there, as there is that little lip of the structure that you can use to slide into the little notch that's on the backside that you'll see here in just a moment. But we did figure it out, and we get the seed from this spot as well. And you can actually see in the background here the location of seed number 531. Yep, it's that Leviathan corpse. And there are a couple of other ones that we've seen so far, but this one is very different in its placement because instead of up on top of a spine or a spire, this one is going to be in the eye socket, and there is a pile of leaves that we need to burn out, and we can then pick up the rock and grab the seed from this spot also. Now I know he's relatively secluded here in the eye socket of this whale, but we will want to go ahead and provide him a little bit more cover with that rock before leaving him. It's time to unlock ourselves another tower. This one's going to be up over the woodland area, and this does oversee the Lost Woods and the home of the Koroks. But we will not be headed into that area because, first off, there's no seeds that we have to obtain within the forest itself, and we don't want to get anywhere near Hetsu until we can hand over every single Korok seed in the game. Now, this next seed is one that I thought I could get a little bit different, as there is a very up close and personal shot of this balloon, but from my perspective it looked like it was close enough to hit with a weapon, and maybe you could hit it with a spear. I didn't have a spear on hand to try it with, but as you can see here from this side view, it's just out of range of the sword that we're swinging. It's actually right behind the little tag that you see over here on the right side indicating what seed we're on. But right here, we just loose an arrow because it's the easiest shot that you'll ever take at that close of a range. So we did end up getting the seed. I'm a little bit disappointed that we couldn't do it in a different manner, but it is what it is. Seed number 533 is another sequence of Korok balloons that we're going to need to pop. These three go around in circles of varying speed, and so we do go ahead and grab a couple of extra shots here. I wasn't able to hone in on this one as easily as I thought, or I think I was undershooting for most of it. But right here with this final shot of our regular arrows, we do end up missing. So we swap over to our shock arrows because that's the arrow that I have the most of currently, and also relatively easy access to restocking them. We did have to move away from that target momentarily to take out the fire keys as he flew up on front of us, but right here we do manage landing the last shot, so we can mark this one off as being completed as well. So we can now move on to seed number 534, which is going to be an acorn that is lodged in this tree stump, and I like to conserve arrows wherever I can, so we go ahead and chuck a bomb right towards the end of that stump and blast it in order to claim the seed from this location before climbing all the way up to the top of this mountain and lifting this rock off the top of this guy's head to get seed number 535 of our overall adventure. We go ahead and drop this rock back down on top of the guy's head as well before we take a long glide down to the roof of this Forgotten Temple, where we find ourselves another Magnesis puzzle. This one took me a moment to figure out where the block was. It's hiding back behind here, but we did swing it over, and I actually accidentally completed this puzzle, not intending to, but it slid right into the location where it needed to be, and that was all she wrote. So we can progress out into the area where we're under a little less cover as we seek out this rock that's behind this bombable wall, which is up on the other side of the canyon. You can see in the map down in the bottom right hand corner that I have not uncovered the area map of this location just yet, but that's not going to stop us from tracking down the seed itself. So we can drop the rock back down on top of this guy's head and then jump back down into the ravine over the top of the Forgotten Temple for another wall that we can blast away here. And as soon as we do, we rinse and repeat the exact same pattern that we'd seen, only this time it's under cover of a little bit brighter daylight, which is all well and good there as well. Kind of looks like he's missing his right arm from this type of angle because we're not seeing the dual-wielding sticks that they typically have. Seed number 539 is a nice break to the pattern that we've been seeing recently, where we can go ahead and roll this boulder down the hill into the large hole that's down there at the end. And the good thing is that as soon as you get that boulder rolling, you can drop it in on its own, or it will auto find its way into that hole without any other course correction needed, unlike some of the previous ones we've seen that are that same type of seed. And finally, for today's video, seed number 540 is going to be another little wall that we need to bomb out. This opens up a little crevice right at the front of this Forgotten Temple, and upon lifting the rock off the top of this guy's head, we are well on our way. We have our seed number 541, which is going to be a series of 3 different balloons. 2 of them are over here on these rock formations, and they bob up and down. You just got to make sure you get your trajectory dialed in for them, and then keep a tab on how well they're moving around as well. The 3rd balloon took me a minute to find, but it's actually down on the back side of the ledge from where you are immediately standing with that pinwheel. So after you pop those 3, you can claim your reward from this challenge here and move on to seed number 542, or at least that's what we're doing. This is actually another archery puzzle, and it's going to be back up near the regions of Death Mountain. It's a series of 5 different balloons that we need to pop that are scattered around the ruins here, and they are all occulted or hiding behind different rubble or walls of what used to be a house in this area. And you can reach them all from the branches of this tree that you may need to walk around to make sure that you can line yourself up and take the shot correctly. Seed number 543 is a little bit perilous because it's a rock that you need to pick up from these bushes over here, and there is a Lionel patrolling that area, but we were able to get out of his effective range of sight, or to the point where he no longer cares about us, and we can now walk this over to this other formation here, which is nestled between these larger rock formations, and drop the rock into the appropriate pattern before moving on to the next seed in our adventure. And that seed is going to be none other than seed number 544. And the quirk with this one is atop a bit of a mountain. There is a Magnesis puzzle that you just need to swap from one formation to the other to make them identical. I don't like how sometimes when you clip through the spot where it needs to be, it makes you kind of second guess where the block is meant to be, but we did have it right, and upon actually sliding it into the correct spot for an extended period of time, that allows it to lock in and grant us the seed from this location as well, which allows us to progress right on to seed number 545, which is a simple rock that we need to lift off the top of this formation here. There is actually another Lionel that's patrolling the border down along the edge there, but we were able to avoid him as we get to the top of this formation and then drop the rock back down on top of that Korok's head, because it's going to be a bright one out there once the sun comes out. Seed number 546 is actually one that we're taking on while Lionel is staring us down in the back, which is a little bit intimidating, but we're far enough away that he's really not going to pay us any mind. I do want to make sure that I get through this as quickly as I can, though, because you never know with Lynels when they're going to finish their aggression and actually come towards you. So we've got these 3 balloons popped as well, and that grants us the seed from here. So we can transition away from the many Lynels in this portion of the region for a brief moment. Seed number 547 is a simple enough puzzle. We'll just need to walk up this little track that you can see that snakes back and forth a little bit between these rocky outcroppings and roll a boulder all the way down to the bottom. Fortunately, it is far enough away and on enough of its slope that the boulder will take care of everything. You just need to be patient for it as it makes its way down to the end of that track. But once it goes into the designated slot, you'll be able to grab your reward of the Korok seed from this point and move right along to the next one, which will actually be falling down towards, as it is a balloon that is hanging out in the branches of this tree. Simple enough. Shoot it or otherwise find another way to pop it, and you can grab the seed from this location as well. Now, even though we left a couple of Lynels behind, there are a few more that are patrolling this region, so we do need to be cautious, especially where visibility is a little bit limited with all the snow that's blowing around. And if, in case you haven't noticed, I am wearing my cold resistance parka, but I also have a flame blade equipped. If you don't have a flame weapon on hand, then you are going to need 2 levels of cold resistance, either with food or with other pieces of armor as well. But as we shift that block over for seed number 549, it's a pretty easy puzzle and very straightforward. So we've got ourselves the seed from here, which brings us to the midway point of the video in seed 550. And this one, we just walk the rock from the center of the left formation to the edge of the right formation here. And this is another region that is patrolled by a Lynel, so you may have a difficult time getting around to the top side of this. Just be advised that you are going to want to maneuver around him unless you've got the snow boots, and then you'll probably do okay. But as we move right along from this seed, we find ourselves at seed number 551. This is an acorn hiding in the end of a hollow fallen log, and you can shoot it. I find it better to conserve an arrow where you can, and so blasting it with a bomb is more than sufficient to grab the seed from here and progress on to the next one. Seed number 552 in our journey is going to be another archery puzzle. This one is very simple, actually. The 3 balloons dance around in a pattern that is almost identical. They do vary a little bit, but with very little variation and study of what the patterns are, you can pop those 3 balloons in 3 shots very easily, as they're very close to where you need to be. And that allows you to move along to the next one, which is still in this snowy region. Now, we're using the whistle running technique a little bit because there are ice keys, there are a bunch of different enemies that are patrolling around here, and this one is just simply a matter of tracking down the fairy lights that are running around. And the thing that I like about this is you can see the path that they kind of take as they run about in the snow, as it is carved a little bit deeper, so it's not as much as a guessing game of tracking down where these fairy lights are going to go, so you can claim the seed from this spot. Seed number 554 is going to be another acorn in the end of a hollowed log, but because I am being pursued by a bokoblin on horseback and a stall moblin, I do a little serpentine motion to get away from him, and then chuck that bomb and detonate it right at the edge of that log in order to claim the seed, and then assume a very similar tactic to getting away from this spot. Seed number 555 is a pile of leaves here, and though I could shoot it with a flame arrow, as I tend to, I did want to try something a little bit different because there is a seed in a different region that I had left behind. So we go ahead and take out our soldier's claymore. Swinging that around the leaves seemed to be well enough to clear it out, so we will then re-equip our flame blade, pick up the rock from this spot, claim the seed, and progress right on to the next seed in our adventure, which is going to be a very, very long and exciting fall, back down to about the point where we started. This is going to be in the Forgotten Temple Canyon here. The first seed that we're doing back in this region is by moving that iron door off the top of this rock, lifting the rock off the top of the Korok here, And after we claim the seed, we do drop the rock back down on top of his head. I did that for the last guy as well, you just didn't see it. Now, seed number 557 is one of the most perilous puzzles, but as long as you are familiar with Guardian tracking, then you can do this easily enough. And the nice thing about these Guardians is they are stationary, and you do have the updrafts to play to your advantage as you progress through this section. There is a small little orifice there that you need to squeeze your way through, and one final updraft to get you past the final remaining Guardians here as you approach this shrine here at the end. There is a actual shrine that we could complete, but since we are not doing any of those until we've got all 900 Korok seeds obtained, we will instead be climbing up the goddess statue here and very peacefully defacing this property. But it's the only way to get up because the walls around have overhangs that you cannot climb up over the top, especially where we have some limited stamina. We'll go ahead and use the remaining there to perform a jump up to the top of her head, and then we can just walk down back behind her and claim that rock and the Korok hiding underneath it as well. So this brings us to a return trip, which is pretty much a rinsed pattern of what you have on the inward flight, but I won't be showing that because it's a little bit easier getting out than it is getting in, as most of the Guardians are patrolling and looking out towards the front door rather than the actual interior of that Forgotten Temple. Just outside, there is a pillar that you can climb to the top of and lift a rock. That will allow you to claim yet another seed. In our case, that was seed number 558. And up on the rocky ridge towards the Hebrew Mountain region, just over across from where that pillar we climbed up was, is another lone rock that is sitting on a ledge. And upon lifting him up, you will be able to grab a Korok seed here as well. We've got one last seed to take care of in today's video, and that is going to be back down along the basin here. So we'll just make ourselves a quick glide to the other side of this canyon ravine. Once we're there, we go ahead and detonate a bomb on this orifice and crevice over here. That blasts away the bombable section of the wall, which allows us to lift the final rock for today's video, claim seed number 560, and then we can drop it right back on top of him. Seed number 561 is just underneath the rock, not too far away from the last one, so we'll lift that rock off the top of his head, grab the seed in question, and then, of course, drop the rock right back down on top of him, because you never know what's going to crop up in the bottom of this ravine, and you need to be prepared for it. Seed number 562 is a short stroll down from the last spot behind this wall that we'll need to blast away, and then it's just a simple picking up of yet another rock, grabbing the seed from the little Korok here, and then of course giving this little buddy a little more shelter as well. And that should be a break from the rock ones in particular for the next little bit. While we were tracking down the next seed, we actually saw a star fragment fall down, and this one shouldn't be too far away or difficult to grab because it's not on a slant. But before we head over that way, let's go ahead and grab seed number 563, which is a short glide down off the top of that pier to the top of this rock formation here. And that will get us the seed from this spot in a relatively short amount of time, which afterwards we can go ahead and run on over to this star fragment and pick it up. And it's really nice where it landed on a little plateau area. It doesn't move, it doesn't run away from us, and we can just grab it as these things fetch quite the nice price at the local market. And while we're here, we might as well go ahead and stop to activate one of the few remaining towers out here. I believe there's actually only 2 left, so we'll want to make sure that we grab this one, as it will help us track down our next couple of seeds. Seed number 564 is another rock that's just hanging out on the ledge here, so we'll lift that up and grab the seed from this little guy before turning back around in the other direction and making our way up the hill towards this set of dead trees that are in kind of a box type formation. There's a nice little truffle here on the ground that we can grab, and then there is a mushroom over here as well that we'll want to make sure that we pick up before we lift the rock off the top of this guy's head and collect the seed from this locale as well. And from here we transition into a lot of different seeds types apart from these rock ones that we're tracking down. which starts off with a bit of an archery puzzle. And this is a simple set of 3 balloons that dance around these trees here. So we'll just want to get a feel for where they're going and then loose our arrows accordingly as they swing around those trees. Not too difficult. They move pretty slow and they are in a very predictable pattern. So nice to pick those ones up there as well. Seed number 567 of our adventure is an acorn that's stuffed in the end of a log, so we'll go ahead and use a bomb to blast that away, because that's the path of least resistance in terms of what we have available to us. Let's go ahead and do that again for seed number 568, which is a short stroll away from the previous seed. It's another acorn we'll need to blast out of the end of that log. And while we're at it, let's go ahead and check over to this little structure here, which we'll need to climb up to the top of and avoid the little rocks that are being shot at us by the Octorok. Pick the arrow up off the side of that as it was just kind of hanging out, and then examine the fairy lights on top of this roof before moving on to our next seed, which is actually going to be another set of fairy lights. These ones run around a little bit of a pond here, and we picked up a rugged rhino beetle because it just so happened to be there, and we were wearing our stealth outfit, which made that a little easier. Upon doubling back the other direction, we trick right into the fairy lights we needed to find, so that was pretty nice. We did go through a blood moon cycle after I stole a horse from a bokoblin, and we will go ahead and use said horse to jump over these 3 little gates. And as soon as we jump over that 3rd one, we will get the final seed from this other spot. And this cutscene animation does trigger the horse completely stopping, though thankfully the horse does not buck you off in the middle of the night like the deer do when the blood moon comes around. We've got another bomb that we're going to blast away for seed number 572. This one was a little bit trickier to do because of it being positioned so much higher above in relation to the other ones that we'd done, but we got it taken care of. Seed number 573 is going to be a set of balloons that dance back and forth across these trees, and they pop in and out of frame every now and again, which is always exciting. Though one thing that you do need to keep in mind is that, well, at least for us, we're right in the middle of a thunderstorm, and unless you have a bow that you've ripped off of a bokoblin, it's likely going to be one that is prone to getting struck by lightning. So just keep an eye on the animations as they pop up here. And with one final arrow let loose here, we will go ahead and claim our reward from this one, and then quickly unequip that bow to make sure that we don't get struck by lightning. And with that, we can move right along to the next seed in our adventure, which is seed number 574. And this one is a small little rock that we will need to grab off of these boulders here and walk over to this pattern here on the ground, though something happened that I did not anticipate. We had lightning strike and blow that tree right into the spot that this rock needed to be placed. And I did get a little bit flustered rolling this log out of the way and just kind of panicked and actually hit the wrong button here, which caused me to drop the rock, and then we picked it up again and hit the wrong button again, which caused me to chuck it all the way over to the other side. So the 3rd time's got to be the charm, right? We'll go ahead and pick that up, walk it back to its rightful place over here, and of course that does indeed do the trick for us. So we can grab the seed from this locale and move right on along to the next, which is going to be seed number 575. That's a nice round number, and it's going to be another acorn stuck in the end of a log that we're going to blast away. And I do mean blast because even though you can shoot it, I like to make use of these puzzles wherever I can. Missed on the first one, so we'll backtrack a little bit, make sure that we're lined up a little more appropriately, and then loose another bomb as it blasts into the end of that log and breaks the acorn. And that's good enough for us for this seed here. And that should be the last of the acorn type seeds that we're tracking down in today's video, so we can move right along to the following seed in our overall adventure here, which is going to be seed number 576. And this is another rock that is nestled in between the branches of one of these larger trees here. Pretty sure that this tree also has some apples that you can grab out of the branches, but We're not hurting for apples at this point in our journey, as we've got over 100 of them running around in our inventory. But we will grab the seed here, and before walking away, make sure that we drop the rock back down on top of this guy's head. Though it doesn't do a great job of staying up in the branches of the tree. So let's go follow some flowers for seed number 577, and that is going to take us in basically a straight line to the back side of this wall here. So we'll just grab this flower and then walk our way around to the back side. And then it does take a sharp left turn over to the edge here, and it's just out of frame, but you can now see that it's up on top of this wall, so we'll want to climb over the top, grab the flower there, and then there is one final flower location down on the other side of this wall. If you're not careful, you might actually just walk right on top of it. We didn't, but it was a short stroll away, so we can collect this seed with super relative ease there as well. See, number 578 is going to be another round of some rock basketball, and this one is a little bit more of a difficult shot. I thought that perhaps for a moment we would need to use some cryonis, but as it turns out, it's spaced exactly out where it needs to be, and that one was just a little too far to the right, so we can come over to the point of this cliff here, line up our shot one more time, and this one should drain in with little to no problem. And it sure enough does. You see the fairy lights pop up there, and that is indicative enough for us to affirm that we do indeed have the seed collected. And we can move on to the penultimate seed of today's video, which is going to be a simple little rock hanging out on one of these spires next to Hyrule proper. And you know what we have to do of dropping this rock back down on top of this guy's head as soon as we've had a chance. And we'll take a little slide over to the right here and get blasted, absolutely thunderstruck out of the blue. And that was not what I was anticipating at all. Thankfully, it didn't hit me, otherwise it would have been a hard reset there. But we can now go ahead and use our magnesis to pull this magnet block up out of the formation in the water there, get the block put into place before lightning has another chance to strike it. So the first seed on our roster, or seed 581 of our overall adventure, is going to be a little time trial here. And this one is probably done a little bit easier if you're playing the game traditionally and building up your stamina and other things. But with the Whistle Run exploit, we can make our way across this bridge with relative ease and get up to the little spire here that the time trial is on top of. You do just want to take a moment and knock out the bokoblins on those platforms on either side of this bridge, and that will make life a lot simpler for you, to say the least. So we'll interact with this ring, and then we will actually need to backtrack back across this bridge for the next couple of seeds we're looking at here. But this gets us well on our way, as at the end of today's episode, we will be at the 2/3 completion mark, so a pretty big milestone there. Seed number 582, like I said, is back on the other side of the bridge. You probably even noticed this spire as we ran right past it. There's a little rock sitting on the top of it that you can lift off the top and grab the seed from this little guy here. And we actually managed to avoid the Stallmoblin and Bokoblin hanging out down just below as well. Drop the rock back down on top of this guy, and then we can glide our way back to the underside of this bridge, where you'll see that there is a little acorn hanging off of a tree. I'd been overcompensating some of my shots with the bow from previous tasks that I was doing, so shot a little bit higher on that, but we nailed it on the second shot, and that is what we needed for that one. Seed number 584 is another one of my favorite puzzles, where we roll a boulder down a hill towards an opening, and a lot of these actually roll themselves into position. This one was rolling pretty slow, and I had a suspicion that it was going to come to a resting stop before actually making its way into the pit down there at the end, and yeah, it's rocked back and lost all of its forward momentum, so we'll need to go give it an additional nudge to get it into place. So let's drop in and scoot this guy into the hole in question. And since we're on the downhill slope, it's pretty simple to do, which will allow us to continue right along down our path to collect seed number 585. And this one, I was a little bit concerned about it because we're again working under the conditions of a thunderstorm, and I thought that it had gone into place there, but it turns out that it got crimped over and disconnected from the magnesis due to some resistance. But one brief adjustment afterwards, and we've got it right into place where it needs to be. So no worries there. We now can move on to seed number 586, which is going to be another one of our time trials. And this one I thought, maybe you can get this taken care of without the need of running or extra stamina. But I did realize partway through that it was a little more needed than I was initially thinking. So just after we get off to the top of this peak here, we do go ahead and transition over to the whistle run animation, as I realized we were just way too far away. I also heard a swarm of geese behind us, and that was mildly terrifying, especially when you see that right as soon as I interact with it, they all fly right over my shoulders while I'm in the invulnerability state. So yeah, that's never fun when the geese hunt you down in a large swarm like that. Seed number 587 is actually going to be over closer to our original point of origin, and we need to climb up on the top of these, I think they're stone mushroom type structures, but I'm not entirely certain. Anyway, there is a pattern of flowers that we'll need to start on one of these higher pillars. Grab the 2 flowers there, glide down to this lower platform, grab the flower, and then over to one smaller pillar, grab the one from here, and then you just saw the particle effects of the final flower placement, which is down underneath this last area. And we actually landed right on top of the area where the guy popped up as well. So we can collect that and then take a brief stroll over to this little pond here where you'll see there's a circle of lily pads. And I don't know what happened. Apparently you need to jump in these from a very specific angle or something, or there's a very certain way they wanted you to do it, because you saw I landed right in the middle of, or within the inner ring of that lily pad, more so than that second jump on the first time around. And it was indeed the second one that granted me the seed, which I thought was very odd. Seed number 589 is going to be another time trial. This one, pretty straightforward. We just need to make our way over to this smaller tower and then climb our way up to the top. I generally don't use a whole lot of stamina, but since it was short enough to the point where I was confident we could get to the top with jumping, we went ahead and did that as well. Now, one thing that I tend to forget about a little bit is there are other objectives in this game that you can do. I am just choosing to ignore them based off of the nature of the challenge. So it definitely caught me off guard when the Thunder Plateau Shrine quest cropped up. And even though we're not paying it any attention, it did catch me off guard, and we will be ignoring that for the foreseeable future. But atop this little pillar here, we will find a circle puzzle for our rocks, which we will need to grab. This one is actually comprised of 3 different rocks that need to be moved into formation. Now, I wasn't certain on that one because I thought it might have been a little too far out of line, though I do know that the area in which the rock needs to be placed is pretty forgiving. But we went ahead and realigned it, get this second one into place. That one should be marginally a bit acceptable, even in its current location and positioning. And then that one's right about where it needs to be as well. So we can count this one as claimed, tick that off of our list, and move right on along to seed number 591 of our overall adventure here. This involves a brief little glide down off the platform we were just at, and you are now seeing the fairy lights materializing there in the background. So we'll do a little bit of whistle running to catch up with those and grab this seed as well, which those are some of my favorites to track down, even though they are very simple. Seed number 592 is going to be a set of a bombable wall that we'll need to take down, and then we will lift the rock down off the bottom portion here. And I was a little concerned about tossing the bomb due to the thunder and wind that's going on. That's where I made the decision to walk up and drop the bomb down next to it instead of tossing it like I tend to normally. We now climb up to the top of a peak where there is substantially better weather and grab the seed from this little guy here before dropping the rock back down on his head and proceeding just down off the side of this cliff to a little waterfall area where we will find our next little seed to grab. Same type of puzzle, same mountain even. We just lift this rock up off of the little buddy hanging out underneath it, claim the seed, drop the rock back down on top of him, and progress on to the next area. Now, this next seed is actually at or near the foot race check-in, and because of the positioning of that acorn, you see that I'm back to resorting to tossing a bomb and detonating it there instead of shooting it with an arrow. Both work, as the end objective is make sure that you have the acorn destroyed. Seed number 596 is actually pretty close to a seed that we picked up in last week's video, so backtracking a little bit to the top of this dead tree where we can interact with these fairy lights and claim ourselves yet another seed for our collection. And at this stage, we probably have enough seeds to expand out our inventory, but that's not what we're here for. So seed number 597 is going to be another set of, or another pair of abominable wall we'll need to take down. There is a rock hanging out underneath it, which we'll lift up off the top of this guy's head. And this is about the point where I ran into issue or troubles with the website. So a lot of this was recorded after the fact as well, with a little bit of an extended break in between. Seed number 598, it said it was underneath a rock, but it's not underneath that stone talus. So we are going to hightail it out of there and avoid that guy. Not that I can't take him down, as I probably could if I really focused on it, but that's not what we're here for. We're here to pick up this seed from this Korok here, offer him some shelter from the massive, scary rock monster looming there in the background, and speedily make a retreat to a safer area and more secure ground. We'll then drop all the way down into this crevasse for the next seed, which is the second to last seed of today's video, and that is going to involve this little magnesis puzzle where the block in question is sitting right at the base of the structure it needs to be placed onto. You'll just need to position it up on the top bit here, where it will then slide and click right into place naturally where it is meant to be. And then we can progress even further down into this ravine for one final seed, which is going to be a circle puzzle that we need to complete by moving this rock from these bushes to the formation down here at the bottom. And you do see that there were a couple of Stalmoblins that had cropped up that we needed to defeat before doing so. But with that, that is going to be our final rock placement and seed collection for today's video. That brings us to the two-thirds completion mark, and we've got 300 seeds left in this challenge for our adventure. So the first seed that we're going for is actually going to be a time trial that we're looking after. And I tend to speed through these things a little bit more, but there's a technique that I found that works really well, especially with the limited amount of stamina that we have at our disposal. And that is, you want to make sure that any of these flat sections here you can use to make sure that you recuperate your stamina as best you can, but you also need to have some stamina replenishing items on standby, because I could climb up this pretty slowly, but there's no way that I'm going to be able to do that all in one go. And since we don't have access to Rivali's Gale or any of the other items due to the nature of the limitations that we've imposed on ourselves, it's definitely makes things a little bit difficult here. But we'll make sure that we jump all the way up to the top now that we are running short on time. You'll see that I was trying to stall out and regain some of my stamina, but that just wasn't going to happen. We've got some stamina in reserve there, and then we'll go ahead and pause and eat up some of our stamina restoring items. And that was the last one that I have on hand, though I'll need to stop and replenish that at a later time. And then we do zip on over to that timer just to make sure that we grab it. It's one of the longer timers in the game, but we certainly don't want to play any games when it comes to getting that, because we're all out of the stamina replenishing items at that point in time. Seed number 602 is going to be right near where that last seed we picked up is. We've got to make our way all the way to the top of this windmill. I cut out a lot of it, and I just about fell all the way back down to the bottom, which would have been devastating. But as you see here, we just need to interact with the fairy lights up top, and that'll grant us the seed from this spot, and we can move right along in our progress to get the next seed on our docket. Which this one is going to be back near a bunch of these rocky mushroom looking structures that we were running around in the last episode. The few seeds that we need to grab here are going to be ones that we need to shoot a couple of balloons hanging out just underneath the edges of these platforms. And after a couple of shots, I'm dialed into where that needs to go, and with one final minor adjustment, we're going to hit that balloon right in the center burst it and grab the Korok seed from here. Though I've always wondered how you end up getting the Korok seed from these locations when they're so far away when you actually pop it. The next seed, seed 604, is actually going to be very similar to the one that we just collected, and you'll see that we dial in a couple of extra shots there to make sure that we grab that as well. And after only 2 or 3 shots, we've got that one taken care of. No problem. Seed number 605 of our overall adventure is a little bit tedious as we are being tailed by a flock of geese. And this guy is stuck right in the middle of some tall grass, but that doesn't stop him from giving the seed that we've rightfully earned here. Seed number 606 is another time trial that we're going to need to grab, and I was a little bit concerned about the inclement weather, but the other side of this bridge is in a biome where it is impossible for it to rain. You'll see that the bottom right-hand corner weather indicator shows that it is nothing but sun and dryness. So that certainly makes things a little less concerning. At this stage, we've also stopped by one of the nearby stables to replenish our stamina, and we desperately needed it because there was no way we were making it back off of the ledge there, and we'll go ahead and consume one of those vials right now. And that gets us up to this planar section that we can just walk up the top of. That'll give us a passive replenishment to our stamina, but we are still a little bit of a ways away. We can't dawdle because this timer does tick around a lot faster than the previous one we were working with. So we will replenish our stamina with that one as well. And you'll see right here that the second to last bit of that timer is just starting to detonate down. And as it was getting lower, I ended up needing to take that final bit just to make sure that I get up to the ledge where that timer is located. But that did indeed go smoothly, or relatively smoothly, so I can't really complain. We are unlocking the penultimate tower today. This is the Tabantha Tower that we needed to grab. And as soon as we do have that, we need to work our way into the next seed, which is seed 607. After a little bit of a fall, we find ourselves next to these structures that we'll need to move over to this area. We'll plant that right in its rightful place in the corner there, and that'll get us the seed from here. Seed number 608 of our overall adventure is going to be behind this wall. We'll just need to blast that away, and it's a short little glide or swim away. And here in this chest we can grab ourselves a nice piece of topaz, and then we can just walk away. No, just kidding. We'd need to definitely pick up the Korok seed that's here just next to that chest. But it is unique where we haven't really seen any others that have a piece of loot that is sitting right next to it. So that certainly gives it some uniqueness, without a doubt. Seed number 609, I was trying to get a little bit of some Cryonis active to act as a boarding platform after collecting the seed, but unfortunately it led me to slip off the edge of the cliff in a less than graceful manner. And plunging down into the ring does grant us the seed. We can then move along to seed 610, which is atop this pine tree. We've just got to get our way up to the canopy or the top precipice of that tree, interact with the fairy lights, and we can move right on through to grab the next seed, which is going to be seed number 611 of our overall adventure. Now, there's a couple of Lizalfos hanging out over here on the side, but you can skirt around them without activating their range of attack and having them jump in on you. But grabbing the seed from this spot is fairly simple as long as you space yourself well enough away from those opponents. Can't say the same thing for the seed that immediately follows, but let's cover this guy up because there are some hostile entities right around here. And we needed to trek right through the middle of 5 or 6 of those Lizalfos to make our way down to this bottom ledge and grab this rock and the adjoining Korok seed. So this is seed number 612, and of course we've got to drop the rock back down on top of his head as soon as we're done. Seed number 613 is being guarded by 2 silver enemies, a Bokoblin and a Moblin. We had already shot away the little piece of malice that was guarding it. And just like any good bodyguard would do, we go ahead and hit this Korok with the Get Down, Mr. President. And I never said that this was a no deaths run, so don't hold that against me. Seed number 614 is going to be a rock that we place in the center of a few other rings. That's pretty simple. If you come here at night, just know that there will probably be a couple of stall enemies that pop up out of the ground, but otherwise than that, you can manage all right. Seed number 615 is a magnesis stone that we've just got to move inside this tree trunk, and that is a done deal from there. This then brings us to seed number 616, which is going to be atop this stone pillar. You can get up it with one single stamina wheel, or one stamina wheel plus a little bit that we got from the Great Plateau area. Seed number 617 is going to be right after we drop this rock on top of that guy's head, and it's going to involve us dropping a few apples in these trays, and we've got a plethora of those apples on hand, so there's no worries about dropping them in and grabbing our wares from this location as well. Additionally, because you do get the apples back after you have collected the seed, which makes things kind of nice for the inventory management as well. Seed number 618 is simply a little rock that's hanging out underneath a cliff edge. We can grab the seed from underneath it and drop the rock back down on top of this little guy's head before moving just around this rocky outcropping to seed number 619, which is just going to be a boulder that we need to slide down into this little hole in the ground. One of my favorite puzzle types, just was that this one had been a little bit of a longer distance, as I like to watch that boulder roll down the hill. We are free to collect this seed and move on to the final seed of today's episode, which is going to be seed number 620. And of course, that seed is going to be another time trial. This one's pretty easy as well. We are going to use up the remainder of our stamina to make sure that we get up to the top of this little formation here. And we just managed to make our way over the top, which is excellent. And interacting with that timer assures that we are indeed clear. So the first seed that we're going to be looking at is a shooting puzzle that we'll need to do. There are about 5 balloons that are spinning around in different sections of this pillar. One of them goes in a large circle all the way around the pillar you're sitting at, and the others tend to go around in smaller circles, just in varying degrees of speed. So get a read on where they're supposed to be, lock onto where they are, and you should be able to hone in on them exactly when they come through. I actually don't think that I loosed a single arrow in vain there. Seed number 622 is going to be down below the top of that cliff or plateau where we got the last set of seeds, and there's a little cave that retreats down in here. This is going to be an apple that we need to drop into this tray, and then we've doubled our apples, at least from this particular puzzle. We've got over 100 of them in our inventory, so another couple to add to our pile and collection. Seed number 623 is going to be one that we need to dive or drop into the center of the lily pad ring. I've messed up the last couple of those mainly because I fell rather than dived. But at the end of the day, we get the seed, so there's not a whole lot of complaining left to do here. Seed number 624 is going to be atop this pillar. It's a time trial pad that's going to take us from this stone pillar to the other stone pillar across the way. There are a couple of enemies that could cause you some trouble if you're not careful, but here I do decide to just avoid them completely. Running up the side of this little formation will get us a good chunk of the way up this pillar, allowing us to conserve some of our stamina and time in getting up to the top here. I do go ahead and jump a couple of times. That's because I'm at this point confident that I've got plenty of stamina to make it up, and we do, and we are able to claim the seed from this location for ourselves and move right along to the next one, which is going to be seed number 625. This is a set of flowers that we need to go around and find them or interact with them in their increasing order. It actually makes you go in kind of a star pattern. And it's been a minute since we've done one of these types of puzzles, and they are quite fun. This one is pretty easy in all things considered because the flowers are all grouped together. They're not hidden at all. Seed number 626 is going to be a ring puzzle that we'll need to complete. with a couple of, or with just this one boulder that's tucked back here in the background. We can walk that over to the little gap in the ring, drop it into place, and grab the seed from this spot before moving across the canyon to track down the next seed of our adventure, which is going to be seed number 627. And this one is another time trial. I typically try to speed these ones up, but you hear that there's kind of a thud in the background here from that shooting star that comes across the top of the screen, and a little dust plume that comes up. Now, I've seen plenty of shooting star fall. I've never been close enough to one to see that it kicks up a bunch of smoke or dust. So that was a really cool interaction to see, and kind of a once-in-a-lifetime thing. And now that we've found or seen that it's dropped so close to us, we'll want to make sure that we pick it up. But because there's a wolf that's going to cause me some problems and an electric keese as well, we've got to take these guys out. And apparently the game didn't want you to see the wolf going down. It did happen though, so sorry for those wolf lovers out there. Seed number 628 is going to be another shooting puzzle. This one is a little bit more intensive, where we've got some balloons that drop up and down. They do have some varying speed to them as well, with the one in the center being the fastest. But as long as you can get kind of a feel for your arrow speed and how far the shot is, you're going to be able to track that down within a couple of tries, no problems. And we move on to seed number 629, which is going to be a simple Korok hiding underneath a rock. And this is the first one of this caliber that we've seen in today's puzzle, so we'll go ahead and do the time-honored tradition of dropping the rock right back down on top of his head before moving to the base of the canyon. Well, at least I do eventually. I thought for a minute that this seed was going to be atop the windmill because we saw one of those in last week's episode. But as we make our way to the bottom here, you'll see that there is a singular acorn hanging on a chain that we can take out with a singular arrow shot. And because time kind of freezes during this animation, you'll even see the arrow that we used to break that acorn hanging out right there in the background. Seed number 631 is going to be a small rock underneath this stone slab. Use a couple of Octorok balloons. That's the best method that I've found with those because it really helps to conserve on weapon durability instead of using stasis. And we can grab this Korok seed from under the rock. We've got to give him a little bit of shelter before this pillar comes crashing down and then get out of the way ourselves. Seed number 632 is still in the bottom of this ravine, and we'll just need to grab the rock on top of this little formation and collect the seed from this spot as well. And you already know what's going to happen. This rock goes right back down on top of his head as soon as we're done. Seed number 633 is up a little bit higher on the canyon wall. It's a simple magnesis block puzzle that we'll simply need to move this one from the formation on the left to match the top block in the formation on the right. You don't have to position it perfectly as long as you get it in the general area. It will snap into place, which is always good to see. And from here, we can move on to seed number 634, which is one we're backtracking for a little bit because I had to go replenish some of my stamina replenishing foodstuffs. But it's on top of one of the taller rock mushroom formations, and you'll just need to walk your way over, glide your way over, and then walk your way over to that ring. You've got plenty of time to do so, so don't sweat it. You're not pressed for time really at all with that time trial there. We can now move forward into seed number 635, which is the last seed that I'm aware of that's down in the bottom of this ravine, which is going to be atop this flagpole. And as we make our way up to the top, we will be able to interact with a set of fairy lights up there. And the nice thing about this ravine is it does exist on the edge of the desert type area, or the arid climate, so you never need to worry about it raining, as it will always be dry and sunny here. Well, not always sunny, because when the sun goes down during the night, of course it's not going to have the sun beating down on you, but you get my point. You don't have to worry about rain ruining your chances at success here. And in case you weren't aware, that is the golf course, the top of the flag at the golf course that's down there at the bottom of the ravine. Seed number 636 is going to be another set of flowers we need to interact with. You've just got to be cautious and walk your way around. That tree went down per a lightning strike as we were making our way over here. But just make sure that you don't accidentally wander into any of the higher quantities of flowers before it's your time to actually walk into them, and you'll be fine. It takes you a minute to figure out that that one flower is up on the top of the little structure, but it's not really that hidden. Seed number 637 is going to be a time trial that's easy enough. You can jump your way up onto this cliff edge, and the destination is just in the edge of the snow type area. And at night it gets very cold, so you will either need cold level resistance 2 or make sure that you have a flame weapon on hand that you can use to help raise your body temperature. Now this seed 638, is the least favorite seed of mine that I have interacted with in the entire series, and that's due to the fact that it is very difficult to get that rock up on top of this pillar. I tried using a couple of Octorock balloons, I tried using stasis, this combination of stasis and Octorock balloons, until I just resorted to trying to throw it up onto the ledge to see if it would stick, maybe trying to stasis if it got stuck. But that is, at this point in time, going down in the book is my least favorite and most difficult seed. This one here, seed number 639, we've talked through a lot of it already, but there is a set of boulders up on top of the cliff. You'll basically want to set a save point up there, push the boulders down off of the cliff until one of them sticks around the area of the hole, and then use either pushing or stasis to actually get the boulder into the place where it's needing to be. So that one can be a little bit tedious, but it's not nearly as bad as the previous one. It didn't leave a bad taste in my mouth. Now seed number 640 is probably easy enough in regular mode, but this, as far as I can tell, tends to be a little bit of a more difficult Korok seed because of the Master Mode challenge. And that is because we have a couple of increased difficulty bosses, or enemies, I guess I should say, that are kind of safeguarding the cube that's over at the edge of this little rock archway. And I'm currently climbing my way up the side of this cliff, trying to gain my composure and get up to the top area, because I failed this one a couple of different times due to the enemies that are located here. So you'll see as I make my way up the side here, the bokoblins from down below, they're sounding their little trumpets and alerting the guys up here to my presence. The archer has come a little bit closer than I would like him to be, and you'll see him come into frame here. And just as I get within range, he starts taking a couple of shots at me, and in an effort to not die, I end up using my leap to get up to the top of this ledge and kind of out of his range. And because I don't want to have to fight him, I'm just going to use some of my resources, particularly my bomb arrows. I hit him in the face with the hopes that he would fly off the edge, and since that didn't work, I then aimed down to the side of his feet to definitively blast him over the side. Now we just need to do the same thing for this guy. The fortunate thing here is he is a melee combatant rather than a ranged combatant, so we can kind of track onto him a little bit better and more efficiently blow him off the edge before progressing down to claim our goods in the form of this metal cube. And this puzzle's actually pretty easy once you have those bokoblins taken out. You've just got to walk the cube up to the edge of this formation, seat it up on the ledge, climb up after it yourself, and then from our current perspective, this block will go into the formation that's on the right-hand side around the back. There is a gap in the pattern, which you can see the pattern we're looking for on the left currently, and now you're seeing the gap where that metal block needs to go. So now that we've determined exactly the placement that we need to be at, we can go ahead and drop that in, and then we can ponder as to how the bokoblins get back into the position that they were when they were very clearly down on the ground. It's probably just due to some of the reset mechanics. The first seed of today's video is seed number 641, and that involves a gliding puzzle where we're actually going to need to glide back into the same updraft that we just came out of and maneuver our way over to the timer. It's honestly a pretty low-key puzzle in terms of ones that we have to figure out today, and it puts us on a nice segue into our next couple of seeds in today's adventure. Seed number 642 is actually going to be one of the longest climbing puzzles that I have experience with, and due to that I will be speeding it up a little bit for you as well. So this is basically going to be a vertical climb up this entire mountainside, and it is quite the grueling one. As you can see, there's several different flowers that we end up with. I do make my way over here to the side. I was hoping to get enough of a foothold on that ledge there to replenish some of my stamina. That unfortunately was not the case, at least at that position. Though we did have a little bit of some better luck up here towards the top as we continued climbing towards the summit of this peak. And this area, it's not quite level enough for you to just stay on standard, but as long as you are kind of walking and working your way up there, you should be able to make it work for you. So we are reaching the top portion here, which is indicated by that white flower that's up at the top. And right as we get within range of it, we pluck the flower out of the frozen tundra here and claim the seed for ourselves. And that was quite the climb, and hopefully we don't have to see another one of those climbing flower chase puzzles for a good minute. Seed number 643 is going to be this little ice flow here. And again, I have the footage sped up for you because, well, we need to melt this thing down. And the reason that this is working for me is because I have a flame blade equipped to my person, and that allows us to not only raise our own body temperature and stay alive in some of these colder areas, but because it is a flame attribute weapon, standing next to these areas of ice will allow us to thaw it out without consuming any of the weapon durability, which is quite nice as well. The ice flow does disappear behind the snow that's piled up in the corner there, but if you are patient and stand next to it for long enough, it will eventually fully rupture, revealing some fairy lights that you need to interact with in order to collect that seed. Seed number 644 of our adventure is going to involve a transitioning from a rock puzzle where we need to pull one rock from this formation over on our left or back towards the west, and then bring it to the formation over here on the east and plop it into the correct position. Honestly, a pretty easy and simple puzzle there. It's not hidden, doesn't make you track down anything drastic. Seed number 645 is going to involve a long drop down onto the side of this mountain. I wish I would have hit that platform a little bit better, but we didn't fall down too far, so we'll be able to climb our way back up to the top. This platform contains a singular rock, and if you were to come across this just in passive gameplay, it would be worth exploring, which is why there's a Korok hiding underneath it. So that's pretty exciting. And as is the long-standing tradition on this series, as soon as we find one of these guys, you know what we've got to do. We've got to thank him for giving us the seed by attempting to cover him back up with the rock which he was once hiding underneath. Seed number 646 is going to be a magnesis puzzle. This one looks simple enough. It can be a little bit tricky because this one does require you to line up the block perfectly in order for it to slide into the little hole or the opening in the puzzle. But you might have to do a little bit of trial and error to get it to work, and eventually it will hold out just fine for us. We'll twist it a little bit over here to the side, back it out a little bit more so it slides in more easily. And that's going to do it in terms of getting the block into the puzzle correctly and claiming our reward from this location. Block spins around, locks into place, and we are rewarded with the Korok seed from this spot, which we can now leave behind us as we transition over to seed number 647, which is going to be another rock puzzle. This one is going to involve us moving the seed again from the westernmost point into this cross section of the little ellipses that are patterned out with the rocks here. Dropping it into place will grant us the seed from this location as well, allowing us to move forward and back up into some more of the snowy areas in this Gerudo Highland. This is going to involve a quick climb up a tree. It's not going to rain or anything to prevent us from getting up this tree like we've seen with some of them in the past. So a little bit of sped up footage there, and then it's just a simple interaction with the fairy lights atop of this tree in order to claim our full reward there. Once we have that, we can move further up this cliffside to seed number 649, which is going to be another set of this ice flows that we need to thaw out. Now, you can expedite this process by using a couple of different things. I'm not in any rush, as I'm not looking to speedrun how quick I can get the different Korok seeds or anything. If I were, I would definitely be using a couple of other tools at my disposal, possibly lighting some fires around this ice floe or shooting a couple of flame arrows into it. But that's not really necessary for what we're looking for, especially because we're not under any attack. This one in particular, you do need to be a little cautious as it is the ice floe that is closer to the tall edge of the cliff, as you saw that there was another one there in the background. But if you do end up thawing out the wrong one, it's not going to be the end of the world as long as you didn't use too many resources in doing so. And wouldn't you know it, but seed number 650 is going to be yet another one of these ice floes that we're going to need to thaw out. So there was quite a bit of waiting around in today's video in terms of getting things taken down. But it gave me some opportunities to prepare these nice little graphics that you see off on the left-hand side of the screen of each of these videos as well. So I can't really complain, as it did allow me to kind of multitask and keep up on things a little bit easier. And as we spin the camera angle around here, we'll see that there are a couple of ice whiz robes hanging out over there around a very large and tall ice floe. My guess is that that is where a shrine is contained, but that's none of our concern because that is not the point of this challenge. And there we have the ice floe shattered out, and we shouldn't have to do a puzzle type like that again, at least in the rest of today's video, though it is possible that we may run into a few in the future episodes. Seed number 651 is going to be a little bit of a tedious one. You probably want to save your game before attempting that, as you have to chuck the rock down from the upper cliff and have it land and balance on this cliff area with the actual rock puzzle you need to pop the stone into. So if you overthrow, you're not going to have another rock on hand, and you will need to reload in order to give it an opportunity to respawn and then try it again. But we managed to get it to there pretty easily, so we can move on to seed number 652, which is going to be another magnesis puzzle and under cover of rain, where we're no longer technically up on the mountain top where the rain would freeze. This one slides and tips right into place on the leftmost puzzle, so that went fairly smoothly and definitely a lot better than the previous magnesis puzzle that we did earlier in today's episode. Seed number 653 makes you tilt your head at it a little funny, but as you'll see, there are groups of 3 rocks held together, except for up here at the top where there is a set of 2. So if we position this rock over here on the left to kind of make it match all of the other structures, that'll be exactly what we're looking for, and it will get us to the claiming point of this seed as well, and we can then climb back up to the summit of the mountain in order to hunt down seed number 654, which is going to be a simple rock atop a mountain peak which we need to lift off. And just like we've done many a time before, we thank this man by trying to keep him warm and dropping the rock back down on top of his head. Hopefully there's no complications with that. Seed number 655 is going to be another rock that we need to move into a pattern. This is going to be a little bit scary because you've got to balance on a very narrow cliffside. I've found it best if you just kind of walk diagonally into the wall to assure that you are giving yourself enough clearance to get around here. And then as an added bonus, I suppose, you can claim yourself a little chill shroom over there on the right-hand side after you've slotted the rock into the needed location for completing this puzzle. So a little bit of some extra things we can do to get some effect status foods. Seed number 656 is going to be a snowball that we need to walk down this path, and this is similar to what we've seen with some of the rocks puzzles that we've had, even though this hole is a little bit smaller and that wolf was kind of glitching about as he ran around. It probably wasn't the best thing in the world for me to walk that snowball down the hill while carrying a great flame blade, or just the regular flame blade, but it did manage to work out just fine for us. Seed number 657 is going to be a set of fairy lights we chase around on top of an adjoining cliff peak here, still in the Gerudo Highlands. And this is now bringing us to seed number 658, which is probably the most stressful seed of today's run due to the limited stamina that I had at my availability here. So as you'll see, I end up gliding over across this ravine using that updraft to gain a little bit of some extra height. but I am coming up just short of that ledge area, and that's where this challenge really kind of comes forward with its difficulties, because we are missing the extra stamina that we could be getting from gathering the different shrines. I don't have a lot of the stamina replenishing food on hand, though you can fully get out of that animation just by eating something that will replenish your stamina. And you heard that little jingle there indicating that the time window had expired just as I was getting to that ring of lights. So we were very fortunate in terms of not having to run that again, because I would have had to run back and get more stamina replenishing food. So very happy I didn't have to do that multiple times. Seed number 659 is going to be a simple rock that we grab from a lower level. In this one, we can actually walk up the cliffside, in contrast to the seed that we did in last week's video, which was very annoying as it would not stay up on the cliffside and would continuously fall back down on top of my head and give me unnecessary damage. But seed number 640, and the last seed of today's video, is going to be this rock. It's just hanging out on a cliffside, guarded by a couple of ice keys, but you can pick up the rock and get away from these keys before they notice you and cause you any grief. Now the first seed that we'll be looking at is going to be an apple puzzle. We haven't seen one of these in a minute, and it should be one of the last puzzles of this variety that we end up doing, mainly due to the fact that we will be moving into a much colder region of the map very soon, and apples simply don't grow there. But it's the exact same pattern that we've seen before, so we pluck the apples out of the branches of the tree, and we can then progress into the next seed, which is a short glide down into a little bog or flooded lake area. This is going to involve us moving a ball and chain into a well, and that works well enough for us today. But I will say that's not the last of that type of puzzle that we'll be seeing in today's video. The next seed is a short walk down in that same little bog area, and we end up finding a waterlogged Korok hiding underneath a rock. And you guessed it, as soon as we are finished talking with him, we've got to make sure that we pay him our respects and give him a little bit of shelter before moving on to the next seed. Now this one I was a little bit behind on and didn't feel like running after these fairy lights, especially during cover of day. It's pretty difficult to keep a tab on where these fairy lights run around to. But as long as you know their point of origin, or at least a point where they come back to, you'll be able to track them down when they complete their cycle, and you can easily grab it at that stage as well. Seed number 665 is going to be a little bit of a flower puzzle that we need to walk around, and I wasn't getting a good advantage on where that flower went, so upon taking a little bit of a higher ground outside of this tree stump, you see that it has migrated up to the edge of the stump over here, and as soon as we make our way to the top of this side of the stump, we can walk or fly our way across to here and continue that pattern on into the hollow bones or the hollow frame of this log. Now, the other one is down here. It was occulted a little bit by the diagram that we have over on the left-hand side of the screen, but at this stage we are just about done. We just need to glide down to the last flower in that sequence and collect that for our own. And that brings us to the infamous seed number 666. And this one actually gave me a little bit of trouble. As I said, we were not done viewing these magnesis puzzles here, and for whatever reason, I could not get this seed to go into the actual crevice in the tree stump that it needs to go into until I had adjusted my angle and moved it a third time. Probably because our vantage point is a lot lower, but maybe it's due to the number of the seed. Who really knows, if we're being honest. But the treachery does not actually stop there, because you're going to see something very odd with this one in particular. We lift that seed up, or that magnet ball up, we drop it right where it needs to be, and it, with a mind of its own, makes its way out of that tree stump. That's not an editing trick. That's not me being funny. That is genuinely what that magnet ball on the chain decided to do is it lifted itself out of the tree stump and sat itself back down on the ground. Luckily, it stayed for the second time around, though, and that'll allow us to move on to seed number 668, which is going to be hiding in a little cave behind two of these little statues that generally have the apple or banana plates in front of them. But that will allow us to move along to the beach or riverside area here, where we have a couple of these magnet block patterns set up. This one's pretty simple. We just need to move the block from the left structure to the right structure, making them identical. And as that's the general pattern with that type of a puzzle. And we can now move on to the midway point of our video and adventure here in seed number 670, which is just a short walk around that same riverside from the last seed that we got. Maybe a 10 or 15 second walk to lift this rock up off the ground, collect the seed, and then swiftly drop the rock back down on top of this little guy's head. But it's the least we can do, right? Seed number 671 is actually going to be an archery puzzle. We haven't done one of these in a minute or two, but this one is pretty simple. The balloons don't pop in and out of existence. They do have a pattern that you can discern pretty easily as long as you're paying some attention to it. And all this really takes is making sure you hone in on what pattern they're going through and loose the arrow shortly before, as they're not a super distant balloon that we have to worry about or take heed of. And now that that has been resolved and taken care of, we can move along to the other side of the map. Yep, 2 instant transmissions in one video, and there was actually a little Korok hanging out there. The one thing that we need to do before we finish out this adventure here is we need to make our final stop at the last Sheikah Tower in the land, and that is the area that comprises the Castle of Hyrule. And as you can see here, our map is now fully completed. While making our way away from that tower, we ended up being tracked down a little bit by a guardian, and in case you didn't know, you can use trees to your advantage to get away from these guys because they're not the brightest, and as long as they can't make eye contact with you, well, they're going to be none the wiser. I probably could have gotten down off of this at this stage, but he does kind of hesitate and stop and peer around here. As he was scanning the other direction, I would have been fine, but I like to play things just a little bit safe whenever and wherever I can. And as we see him walk away into the distance and his legs clipping through the trunks of the trees there, we'll be able to move off of the trunk and to seed number 672, which is easy enough. The real challenge with this one, apart from the Guardian, is the fact that this seed is located on the other side of the river, or the adjoining puzzle is located on the other side of the river. So we'll make our way over that way. There are a couple of Hyrule hardy bass here, so we'll want to make sure that we grab them, as they could be very handy in a couple of dishes that we'll may or may not make at some point in the future. And then swimming our way over to the other riverbank here, really the only thing we'll need to do is grab that metal block out of this structure and move it to the other side of the river. That being said, it wasn't as easy as said as just to do it because of these Stalbokoblins that popped up. But instead of using some of our weapon durability, we were able to use the magnesis block itself to kind of knock into the Stalbokoblins and bop them on the noggin as well. So that worked relatively well and in our favor here. We'll go ahead and drop that block into the riverbed because we are at a reasonable depth where we will be able to retrieve that. If it were any larger body of water, such as a lake or anything else, I would have been a bit more hesitant, but rivers, I'm not too concerned about being able to retrieve that. So with sliding this block right into the adjoining space there and thus making it identical to the formation on the other side of the river, we are in a really good spot to continue on from this point and go collect seed number 673, which this one was pretty simple. There's just an acorn hanging out on the tree trunk. We wanted to grab that rugged rhino beetle before blasting the acorn because that certainly would have killed the poor insect. I'm sure that it dies anyway when we put it in our knapsack, but it was a slightly more humane thing to do than to take it out with a gratuitous show of violence. Moving along to seed number 674, we have a small little rock hanging on top of a fountain near Hyrule Castle in the Forest Parade grounds, I believe. And as soon as we have this seed collected, we're going to want to get out and get away because this is very heavily patrolled by the Guardians. So now that we're in a safer area, we'll want to leap into the ring of lily pads here within this tree stump, and that gets us seed number 675 of our overall adventure. And we can then glide down from that point to a lower, more riverside area and catch the fairy lights there. As you do move faster through the air as you do on foot, you can maybe target yourself directly into the path of those fairy lights and grab them there. We have another archery puzzle today. You're getting 2 in this video, and the tricky shot here does end up being the balloon that's actually hiding inside the log. And the trouble with that is you do lose the balloons if you get too far away from that pinwheel, but we were able to sneak around and grab it with another arrow shot, though there is the possibility that we could have burst that balloon with a bomb as well. It was still attainable with our bow and arrow. We can now move off of the top of this stump and into the very small remains of the stump in the same general area, pick up a rock there. And this is sadly the second occasion in which we have not been able to offer of our humble protection back to these Koroks by dropping the rock back on top of them because, well, this guy's flying around instead of hanging out on the ground. But seed number 679 is going to involve a swift climb up this dead tree within a tree stump. So that's a very unique placement there. And as soon as we are at the precipice in the canopy of that tree, we can grab the seed from this location and then jump down and glide our way to the final place of this Korok that is going to be the end of our adventure, at least for today, as we find ourselves face to face with Korok seed number 680 hanging out in this hollow log. So the first seed that we'll be looking for in today's video is seed number 681 of our overall adventure. And this is one of those puzzles where we've got to play a little bit of pebble basketball. This one is pretty easy, all things considered. You just want to walk up to this section of the river, get as close to that as you can, and you do get enough height on your throw distance in order to get the rock into the rock pillars and claim the seed from this locale. Seed number 682 is going to be a little balloon that is hanging out underneath this archway, and you will need to shoot that preferably with just a standard arrow. Bomb arrows might be a little bit of some overkill, if we're being completely honest, but popping that balloon will get you another seed, and that one is pretty simple, all things considered. We can now move right along to seed number 683 of our adventure, and that is going to involve a flower chase up this pillar, and it is quite the climb and very difficult to do when we have as much limited stamina as we do. I have a couple of stamina recovery foods on hand in order to facilitate this process, and you've seen this technique used in a couple of my previous videos, but we leap and then press the pause menu in order to rejuvenate our stamina, and that tends to work pretty well. We are able to climb in the rain here primarily because we are on the underside that is unaffected by the weather, and by the time we are up to the point where we're needing to get up onto the top side of this ledge, we are out of the danger zone of slipping and sliding back down due to wet surfaces. And the nice thing is as long as you can make your way to the top, you can also make your way back down to the bottom because your stamina does rejuvenate upon collecting the seed, and you can take whatever break you need once you're on top of that bridge in order to refresh. Seed number 684 is going to be a rock just chilling on the side of the river, so you'll just want to walk over, pick that up, so collect the seed, and in all good measure, drop that rock back down on top of the Korok's head, give him a little bit of shelter, as there were some choo-choos patrolling this area. Seed number 685 is actually close to a Hynix, and we took the Hynix out with relative ease, and then moved right along to this slab. The easiest way that I have found to deal with these in terms of weapon conservation is throwing a couple of Octorok balloons on top of them, letting the slab be levitated up and out of the way, and then grabbing the rock before giving that Korok his shelter yet again. Seed number 686 is going to be a set of fairy lights that runs around a couple of these large boulders on that same plateau. As long as you are familiar with the pattern, you're not going to have any troubles in tracking this one down, and that's pretty consistent across the fairy light patterns of these types of puzzles. Seed number 687 is going to be a sequence of 5 flowers that you'll need to walk back and forth and gather in the correct order. And as long as you can count to 1 to 5, you're not going to have any troubles with this. So we've got another seed under our belts and can move right along to seed number 688 of today's adventure, which is going to be down here within the nook of this tree. And I tend to try and conserve my arrows wherever I can, and bombs tend to do pretty well at that. But it turns out that I had the spacing way off for this, so it took me a couple of bomb detonations extra than what I would have hoped. The nice thing is that bombs have a relatively short charge time, so we can handle that with relative ease, all things considered, and then move right on along to seed number 689, which is going to be another one of our favorite apple puzzles. I did take a break to grab that mushroom, but apart from that, you've seen this monotony where we climb on all sorts of different parts of this tree in order to grab the apples to make this tree match. And unfortunately, I did just miss the jump distance on that, and we needed to climb the tree one more time. But you've seen this puzzle once, you've seen it at least a dozen times at this stage. So we'll grab that last apple, and then we'll go ahead and grab the apples out of the remaining branches in order to make sure that we've got a healthy supply on hand should we ever need them for refreshing our health or any other puzzle types. Seed number 690 is going to be down off of a cliffside, and upon lifting the rock off of this guy's head, he'll just reward you with the seed, which you've come down to collect from him. You just got to be careful if you employ your strategy of dropping the rock back down on top of his head, because you might end up at the bottom of that ravine. Seed number 691 is going to be another seed that is a balloon nestled within the tree, and I didn't particularly care for this one because I came for it at night, though there are regular moblins that patrol this forest anyway. And I was trying to hit it with my weapon because, well, there wasn't a chance of me getting the bow out in time in order to deal with this. But we were able to grab that seed with little to no trouble despite the many monsters trying to dissuade us from doing so. And that is going to bring us to seed number 692 of our adventure, which is going to be just down on the river, down the cliffside from where we were just located. We can lift the rock off of this guy's head and collect the seed from him, and then repeat the exact same process and courtesy that you've seen us do a million times over. So, sorry about your noggin, but here comes the rock. Seed number 693 is going to be down at the bottom of this canyon area, and you can kind of see that it's nestled between these two rocks. It can be a little difficult to surmise. This is actually one of the more well-hidden rocks in terms of this style of Korok seed that have a lot of experience with at this stage. But a rock is a rock, and a seed is a seed. And now we can move past this one after knocking this guy on the noggin to seed number 694, which is going to be another rock puzzle. And this one is going to be hanging out underneath a pile of dead leaves. I find it easiest to burn these things off, and after we have done so, we can jump over onto that pillar, lift the rock off the top, and collect the seed from this locale as well. That seems to work pretty well for us, so we'll drop the rock back down on top of this little guy's head. And this forest is actually an excellent place to gather some stamina and endura shrooms if you are running low on them. Seed number 695 is going to be an archery puzzle, and this one works out pretty well as the patterns are very predictable and every balloon comes back to the initial spot. So if you are just patient and wait out the patterns, you can get that relatively easily. I took one hasty shot, but losing one arrow is not the end of the world by all measures. Seed number 696 is going to be yet another rock nestled within the canopy of a tree. And we'll just want to grab this and move right along in our adventure, because there's a couple of other exciting seeds that we still have yet to get to in today's episode. And the next one, seed number 697, is going to be just down on the edge of this little canyon area within a throwing distance of that last seed we collected. We'll just need to break or shoot the acorn off of the chain. I thought in retrospect that I probably could have used a bomb or just hit that with a weapon. But at the end of the day, we got the seed and we can move along. Seed number 698 is going to utilize one of the many apples we have in our inventory. We'll just need to plop that down in the tray. I don't think we've seen one of these in a couple episodes, so it's kind of nice to see them popping back up yet again. We can now move on to seed number 699, which is going to be, you guessed it, another acorn hanging off of a chain in a tree. So shooting that down is going to get us the reward that we are desperately seeking. And this brings us to an interesting twist on one of my favorite puzzles, which is pushing a large boulder down a hill into a hole. And this one doesn't match up as well as I would hope it did, because, well, there's not a well-defined track for the boulders to roll down. So seed number 700 definitely gave us a little bit of a more grueling task, if we will. You see that I've switched over to using my stasis rune because I had a suspicion that I was probably going to miss out on that. So we hit the rock to change its trajectory ever so slightly and then gently nudge the boulder into the hole to collect our final seed of today's video. So the first seed that we'll be looking at is seed number 701 of our overall adventure, and this is a collection of some dried leaves that are hanging out on the ground, and the easiest way to get rid of these, of course, is burning them. But if it's raining, you can knock it with it. I believe it has to be some sort of metal weapon, whether it's a one-handed or two-handed weapon. As you saw, it did not work with the bone-style weapon, but it did work with the claymore when we tried it there. So knocking into those leaves cleared the leaves away from the rock, allowing us to pick it up and drop the rock back down on top of this Korok's head. The next seed in our adventure is going to be another one of the Hyrulean basketball puzzles, where we'll need to grab this rock or any of the rocks from around this formation and toss it into the spire of rocks out here in this pond. And that one's pretty easy because it doesn't involve any additional items and such as ice blocks or large areas of falling that we need to be aware of or careful towards. Seed number 703 is a type of puzzle we haven't seen in a while. It actually involves two magnesis balls on a chain, and they are chained to each other. So you'll need to place one of them in the one tree trunk and then span the other one to the adjoining tree trunk. You may find it easiest if you use stasis on one of the balls once you have it in place, just to make sure that it stays where you need it. For this one, it's not entirely necessary as long as you're careful and you don't jerk things around too wildly. Seed number 704 involves a couple of flowers that we're going to need to track down. And first and foremost, we need to start these spikes burning from around this tree, because of the 5 different clusters of flowers that we need to interact with, the number 4 flower segment is up on top of this tree trunk. So as we make our way up to the top there, we engage with those, and then it's just a nice little glide down to the 5 cluster that's down back on the ground. And with that, we have everything worked out for this seed as well. Moving right along to seed number 705, we have a boulder set up on the mountaintop there that we can just blast that away. That reveals a rock from the underside, and we can pick up the rock from this portion here before moving on to the next seed of our adventure. And you know we've got to give this guy a little bit more shelter before we just leave him up on top of the hill. Seed number 706 is going to be a circle puzzle that we'll need to finish. We just grab this rock, walk it over to the niche in this circle here, and once the pattern is completed, we are granted with this seed from this area as well. And thankfully, this one was a little bit easier than some of the previous ones in terms of where the rock was hidden and where we needed to go in order to find it. Seed number 707 is right on top of Satori Mountain, which is where you find the Lord of the Mountain on certain nights. Again, we're here earlier in the morning, where even if he had been active this past night, we wouldn't have seen him. But you can kind of get a feel for when that's active by the blue aura that lights up the night sky. But before we move away from here, when you're playing on the Master Mode difficulty like we are, you'll notice that there is a chest just kind of hanging out at the root of the tree here. And if you grab it and open it up, you will find yourselves with the Ancient Bridle, which is kind of handy, especially if you enjoy using horses with additional benefits. So that's awesome. Seed number 708 is going to be a little flower puzzle that we'll just need to walk down. This is off from the top of Satori Mountain, and as soon as we track down the remainder of this flower path, we're rewarded with that seed. This is one of the easiest seeds that you can find, mainly due to the simplicity in where you need to track it down. It's not an overly complicated flower path as some of the other ones that we've seen in this series. Seed number 709 is another seed that we will need to blast the leaves off. This one is located right next to the shrine that is on top of Satori Mountain. So just be aware of that as you go and to interact with it. We won't be completing the shrine because that's not the nature of the challenge we're engaging in, but that is where you can find it. Seed number 710 is going to be a timer puzzle that involves a little bit of climbing. Though if you play your cards right, you can get around it without doing much climbing whatsoever. Speeding this up just a little bit to make sure that I'm not having you watch me run around copiously, but using a little bit of whistle running, we make sure that we get up some of the tougher slopes there without using too much stamina, and also assuring that we don't need to repeat that timer. It's a pretty forgiving timer puzzle, all things considered. There are much more difficult ones out there. Seed number 711 is located underneath this boulder, and we will need to knock it away using stasis. Some of these you can kind of push off of the rock formation. This unfortunately was not one of those, so using a little bit of stasis and some weapon durability will work decently well for us. And we can then drop this rock back down on top of our little buddy's head before moving on to seed number 712. And this one, I know you don't really see it all that well, but there is an acorn that is lodged in the end of this log that is kind of sitting off the side. And by throwing the bomb at just the right angle and detonating it, we can actually break that arrow without using any other resources, such as shooting it with a bow, which is really nice. Seed number 713 is going to be an archery puzzle, and this one involves 5 different balloons that float around in a myriad of different patterns and speeds. And I will speed this up for you a little bit, mainly because I miss a couple of shots and you don't want to sit here and watch me shoot arrows for a full 3 minutes, so I will spare you some of the details. Once you get an idea of the trajectory of these balloons, they're actually pretty easy to track down and make sure that you hit with some decency there. And we will have to switch on to one other bow to get this last balloon, but it's not the end of the world, and we didn't end up wasting too many arrows, all things considered, which is always nice because there have been many a times where I've needed to backtrack, sell off some of the items in my inventory in order to buy more arrows off of Beetle or other arrow vendors. So not having to worry about that anytime in the near future is certainly nice. Seed number 714 is going to be another acorn. This one is nestled in the hole of a tree on the other side of Satori Mountain, and we can blast that away with a bomb similar to what we did with the acorn that was lodged in the end of that log, and that worked really well for us as well. We can then move just a little bit up the hill to collect seed number 715, which is going to be hiding right inside this hollow stump. And we've seen 2 or 3 of these, and even though we can't drop the rock back down on top of this Korok due to the nature of them hovering rather than standing there, we can kind of attempt at least to give him that cover back, and I wish I would have thought about that a little bit earlier, but that's totally fine. Seed number 716 is going to be a seed atop of this dead tree, and a short climb and leap up to the top will allow us to interact with the fairy lights and claim the seed from this location as well. I did speed up the climbing just a little bit so you didn't have to sit through it as much, and I think that that's just kind of a courteous thing to do. So you're welcome. We can now move on to seed number 717, which is going to be another rock formation atop a couple of pillars. Had I not caught myself with my paraglider, that would have been a certain death, and I did not mean to blast myself off of the mountaintop with that bomb detonation. But at the end of the day, it worked, and that's really all we have to care about here. So we'll collect our seed and then drop the rock back down on top of that poor guy's head. Though I did not picture it, we can now move on to seed number 718, which did give me a little bit of trouble initially because typically you want to be right on top of these pinwheels in order to get the balloons to activate. So I thought maybe it was popping in and out of frame and kind of doing circles around me, but that's not what it's doing. Instead, you have to be a little bit further back from this pinwheel in order to get the balloons to activate, and they do stay active. They don't pop in and out. We've seen that done with some of the other balloon puzzles we've encountered. We'll speed up a little bit of the trajectory mapping out that was being done there, and we are able to get those 3 balloons in 3 shots, which is always convenient. And then we can claim our Korok seed from this little guy here before moving off of Satori Mountain, as that is all of the seeds that are on and around that mountain that we need to get. The only other one that's relatively close is right here down at the base. There is a acorn lodged in a hole, which is similar to one that we saw a little bit earlier. We use a similar, if not identical, tactic to get that down. And I don't know if you noticed, but there was a little crow that was hanging out right there next to that acorn. And our bomb blast happened to take him out and rewarded us with a nice raw bird drumstick. So never going to complain about that. Seed number 720 and the last seed of today's video is going to be the little magnesis puzzle that we have here. This one is a very straightforward magnesis block, and we'll just need to move it to the adjoining sculpture here on the left, and there's a little notch in the bottom portion that we'll need to slide it into in order to claim our reward. We'll just get the alignment right and it'll snap right into place. So the first seed of our adventure, seed number 721, is going to be a pattern puzzle unlike any of the patterns that we've seen previously, where instead of filling in a hole or completing a pattern, there is a predestined area that we will need to slot this rock into. And it's over here in this formation that is the northmost of these rocks. You'll just want to plop down the stone that we've recently acquired into the very center of this hole. I know I threw it across the area just there, but placing it down gently in the center of that circle is going to get you the seed that you're looking for and the one that you came searching for. So that worked very well, apart from, the obvious mishap of chucking it across the plateau. But we can now move along to seed number 722, which is a magnesis puzzle that is embedded on a canyon wall. This one is very simple. We've just got to drag the magnesis block over to the leftmost statue and place it in the bottom component of the adjoining formation. And that gets this is the seed from this location as well. We can then tick over to the following seed of our adventure, which is seed number 723. It's up on a cliffside. Just got to pick up the rock and collect the seed from the little guy who was guarding it and keeping it safe for us. And as soon as we've interacted with him, we can go ahead and drop the rock back on top of his head and give him some safety from this scorching sunlight. Seed number 724 is going to be another similar seed, just on a lower, more grassy outcropping. And we will give this little guy the exact same treatment that we gave his buddy right before, as that fox runs away into the distance. Seed number 725 is going to be another episode of the Rock Basketball Challenge here. And I unfortunately get a couple of these throws mixed away. I think I got a little flustered due to the presence of this small little choo-choo. But at the end of the day, he doesn't do too much damage, and I wasn't overly concerned about needing to take him down. But with that third shot, we get the rock right into the center of the spires, and that gets us the seed from this spot, before allowing us to move on to seed number 726. Which is going to be another rock, this time nestled within the canopy of a tree. And we'll just want to slowly and surely climb and leap our way up to the top portion of this tree here in order to claim our prize. Now, the troubling thing about this seed is there is a fire wizrobe hanging out somewhere nearby, and he might give you some grief as you're trying to track down this seed. But at the end of the day, it was pretty simple for us to climb up into that tree and grab the seed from this guy before giving him some shelter from the onslaught of fire. And thank goodness these trees don't catch flame when they are introduced to the fire attacks from those wizrobes. We'll then double back around, heading back in the direction of Mount Satori, and put an apple in this little statue's tray, and that will grant us another seed in our overall adventure. It's not close to Mount Satori, but you did see that in the beginning of the clip with the blue mist over the top of the mountain, meaning that the Lord of the Mountain was there that night. Seed number 728 is another rock just hanging out down on a grassy knoll, and we can pick that up, claim our prize, and give him a little bit more shelter before moving on to our next objective, which is going to be seed number 729. This one is also nestled up in a canopy. It actually looks fairly similar to the tree that we saw just a seed or two ago. And we'll want to grab the seed here. And this time, you know, we're going to give this guy the same treatment, but with all the difference in why we are giving him the cover or dropping the rock back down on his head. And this time, well, it's more protection from the actual elements because it's rainy. And that didn't pan out as best as I was hoping it to, unfortunately. Seed number 730 is going to be in this ruin type area. We'll want to climb our way to the top of this wall. It's a wall that stands alone on its own. It doesn't have any other adjoining pieces to it. And we'll just want to lift the rock off the top of that portion and claim our prize from here. You do want to be a little bit cautious as there are some Lizalfos patrolling the area here, so don't get too lax with it. Drop the seed back down on top of his head, and move along to seed number 731, which is going to be a quest where we hunt down a flower trail. And this one doesn't have you really climbing up anything except for in the initial location point of that flower, as it's located up on top of a tree stump. And we'll just make our way down through this small little grove of trees and avoid the deer as they come around. Nice little hardy truffle there on the ground. That's never a bad thing to have in your back pocket. And just like that, it's one of the easier flower pattern and flower path puzzles that we've done in the entirety of our adventure so far. But let's jump on to seed number 732, which is going to be another Magnesis puzzle. This one is hidden very low in the depths of the river, and you can just manage to get it, though you will need to get your ankles just a little bit wet in order to get down to where it's located. And this, after analyzing it for a moment, you'll find that it belongs on that topmost pattern or structure for these formations. And upon sliding this block into that notch that's over on the left-hand side currently, you'll be able to claim that reward. Now, this wasn't working as well as I'd hoped it would from this angle, so I did go ahead and release and just adjust it from this side, which made things a little bit easier. Dropping it into place grants us the reward from this location. And I think that's just about it for the Magnesis-related puzzles that we'll be dealing with today. But we can then move on to seed number 733. 33, which is going to be this little rock hanging out in a well. Luckily, this well isn't very deep. It's since dried up and filled up to the brim, so we can access this rock very easily, and then drop that rock to give him a little more cover before running off to this large tree stump. Now, this is not the actual location of the seed that we're going after, but I thought that it might be a little bit interesting to kind of talk about this ancient tree stump here. And that is mainly due to the fact that the ancient tree stump is the home of the ancient flame, or the great flame blade. And you can actually come around and grab this flame blade once every time a blood moon has occurred, as that is a weapon that will reset. You will have to fight these guys for it, but they're not the most difficult enemies in the game. They're the striped bokoblin and moblin, and they're not that bad. You can actually even fly in and avoid that guy back behind you entirely. I am going to trade off my flame blade for the greater flame blade. Even though it is a two-handed weapon, I do think that it's a little bit better in terms of the overall damage and utility that it has. And then you'll want to make sure you put down a Cryonis block before jumping into the circle of lily pads, so you have yourself an escape from these Lizalfo infested waters. Seed number 735 is going to be a singular apple that's needed. You can actually pluck it from the tree immediately next to this statue. There will probably be a couple of additional apples there as well, but we've got plenty out of our resources in our traveling pack, so we can just pull one out and drop it into the statue. But it never hurts to have apples on hand, so why not harvest them while you can. This next seed does not need to be done from the back of a horse or a deer, but since it was here, I thought that it might be kind of fun. So we've got our deer mounted, and it's just inside this little grove. You can probably see the acorn inside the notch of that tree over here on the left-hand side of the screen. So we'll just go ahead and pop a shot in there with a standard arrow, and that will net us the seed from this locale. We can then move along to the next location we're after, which will be seed number 737. And that is going to be a nice little tree stump that will need to move the magnesis ball down, up and around into the hole in the very center. And that worked out pretty well for us also. Now, I did have a bit of an interesting interaction with some enemies right here on the beach as I was making my way to the next area, and that was an encounter with some large choo-choos. Now, I knew that moblins and bokoblins couldn't swim, but I was unaware that choo-choos are unable to swim. And they don't deal a whole lot of damage, but yeah, they just burst into flame, or not flame, but they burst into pieces and die instantly upon getting in water that is too deep for them. So, I mean, that might be kind of useful, especially because the moblins and bokoblins will not get close enough to do that to themselves. Seed number 738 is a seed type that we haven't seen in a while. It's another installment of the Hyrule Curling. So you'll just want to pop up a Cryonis block and then use it to bounce or slide the rock across into the spire formation in order to claim the seeds from this place. And hopefully we get to see a few more of those because they're a lot of fun. Seed number 739 is going to be a pattern completion with this rock. You'll just want to grab it, walk it up the hill to the rocks that are over here on the right, and then drop it right at the top to complete the triangle formation. And with that, you can claim your reward and move right on along to what will be today's final seed. And that is going to be seed number 740, which is an archery puzzle that we haven't seen the likes of this recently. Now, this is a couple of small arrows that pop up over the canopies of the trees, and my best recommendation for this is to either use a Fenric bow or a gold bow, as it allows you to hone in exactly to the arrow's location. And it basically acts like a sniper rifle, or the equivalent of a sniper in the Legend of Zelda time frame, because you can hone in exactly on where those arrows are, and it's not exactly hit scan, but you get there pretty quick when loosing the arrow. So the first seed that we'll be looking at today is seed number 741 of our overall adventure, and that is a simple little rock that is just north of the stable that we were just perched atop. We'll need to lift that rock off the top of the Korok's head, and as is tradition around here, we'll then drop it right back down on top of his noggin before moving on to the next seed, which is going to be seed number 742. This is an acorn that is stashed in the end of this log, and I kept up with my regular tradition of breaking those acorns in using a bomb instead of an arrow, as it tends to conserve some resources. So that went pretty smoothly as well. Seed number 743 is going to be another rock. This time it's up on top of a mountain near the Colosseum. And this one was pretty easy to track down as well. We'll also drop this rock back down on top of this guy's noggin, and then we will fly back down the hill to get away from this Keese. Seed number 744 is a ways down the mountain here, and it is in a little structure that is flooded with a very small puddle. You'll just need to follow the fairy lights around this puddle if you don't happen to drop right on top of them where they're paused. Seed number 745 is another rock. This is up in one of the extremities of that Colosseum, and you can get to it relatively easily without having to engage in battle with the Lionel that calls this place home or any of the other enemies, and that is always a positive thing in my eyes. Just outside the Colosseum, we find the starting point for seed number 746, which is a little time trial that we'll need to do, and you can get through that without wandering into the ooze. It might be a little bit difficult, but there's plenty of time for you to get to this time ring before the expiration of that time comes around and you are able to grab that seed. And if you have to try it once or twice, it's not the end of the world as long as you can navigate that ooze with decent certainty. Seed number 747 is going to be an acorn that's hanging down off of this bridge, and you can kind of see it right now. I'm aiming a little bit low, and you'll actually want to aim from this vantage point about at the archway in order to hit the acorn. Let loose a couple of extra arrows, but at the end of the day, we got the acorn that we were aiming for, and we can move along to the other side of this canyon. You can actually see the spot that we're going for in this frame, and we'll get a better idea of where we're headed just now. Because on the edge of this rocky outcropping, there is a small rock that you will need to make your way up to and take that down in order to free up the next Korok in our overall adventure. And I could have sped this up, but it's not that long of a climb, and it gives you a good indication of what you're able to track down without having to worry too much about where that's coming from. So seed from here works decently well for us, and we can move along to the next seed in our adventure. Even though I didn't show the rock dropping on the head of that last one, you better believe that I did indeed do so. Just a short glide away from that bridge we just came around, there is a magnesis puzzle, and that is the site of seed number 749. And that one's pretty simple, all things considered. The puzzle is among one of the easier ones in terms of the magnesis puzzles that we have interacted with over the course of our journey. And then just down in the valley, a short distance away from that last puzzle, we will have a Korok pattern puzzle that we can complete with this rock that was hiding in the triangle of bushes off there to, I believe it was actually over to the north of this formation, and then walk it slowly down to the area and fill in the blank space of that circle to claim our prize from here. We can then move on to seed number 751. This is a set of fairy lights that runs around these ruins. It's a lot easier to track these ones down during the evening, but if you have a keen eye, you will be able to identify where those fairy lights are running around. You can also kind of listen for them if you're playing the game with headphones. Seed number 752 is a flower path puzzle that we can follow around through these trees. And it's actually relatively simple to track down and follow. I did double back here just to grab a couple of acorns because they're fun little things to throw in recipes every now and again. And it's a very tame flower pattern puzzle. We don't need to climb up on top of anything or least of all down a rain-spattered cliffside. So that's certainly an improvement as far as I'm concerned. Seed number 753 is another acorn, this one hanging off the branch of a tree. You'll just need to shoot that off the chain that it's suspended from, and that will grant you the seed from this locale. And as I was making my way over to seed number 754, I was struck by lightning, but by proxy of a shield that's just kind of laying on the ground there. So that wasn't fun at all. This one is actually a pile of leaves that's here behind this area, and typically you want to try and burn these leaves away, but if you equip a two-handed metal weapon, you can chop away at the leaves that are obstructing the rock that the Korok is hiding underneath. So we were able to clear this out despite the fact of it being a lightning storm outside. And just for good measure, we'll go ahead and drop this rock back down on top of that guy's head before moving on to the next seed, which is a very short walk away from that last locale. It's just going to be a swift little dive into the ring of lily pads here in the river. And that will grant us the seed number 755 of our adventure and allow us to move a short ways away back over close to the Great Plateau, which you can see off there in the background, for the balloons that are floating around here in kind of a sine wave type motion. There are 3 of them that kind of zip up and down and around this. They actually appear to follow the same path, so if you get a read on the pattern and just kind of hone in on where you're supposed to be, you should be able to pop them, even though I was kind of swirling around and following the pattern to get a feel for that shot. But we didn't waste too many arrows with that, so I can't really complain. Seed number 757 is going to be another set of fairy lights. This one just a short glide down away from that last shooting puzzle that we took out. And as long as you are able to track them down, which is fairly simple, you'll be able to get the seed from there as well. Seed number 758 is going to be another set of fairy lights running around this wooded area. This one I wasn't able to get as much of a read on, which is why you see me running around a bit haphazardly. And I am able to track that down after a couple of minutes of getting a good feel for the pattern. We can now move on to the second to last seed of our overall adventure, which is going to be the it's going to be another pattern puzzle. This one a little bit different because it involves 3 of these rocks, which are in very close proximity to the overall puzzle. You'll just want to lay those in line with the different holes. It doesn't matter which ones you place it in, but they are strategically located pretty close to all of them. And that will allow us to move on to the final seed of today's video, which is going to be another rock nestled in the branches of a tree. And as we make our way up the trunk of this tree, we'll actually be able to do so decently well because some of these larger trees do shield you from the rainfall. And I did get a little bit concerned about it being wet and hard to climb as I got up into the branches here. So I made a couple of assurance moves to make sure that I was able to nestle into the branches of that tree and claim the prize. And what we'll do here is just like what we do every time we find one of these guys. We'll drop the rock back down on top of his head, and it pushes out of the tree and just narrowly avoided it coming down on top of us as well. Now, seed number 761 of our overall adventure is actually down in this canyon. It's in a little bit of a warmer area, and it's just a simple rock hanging out on a ledge that we can lift off of the poor little guy trapped underneath it, grab the seed as our reward, and then drop it right back down on top of his head before continuing on to seed number 762. 762 is going to be a rocky outcropping that we'll need to bomb away, and that is hiding a rock underneath it, much like the last seed that we found. And upon collecting the seed from here, we'll want to continue out about as quick as we can. As you can hear the sounds in the background, that we are just on the cusp of a blood moon. Seed number 763 of our excursion up here in the wasteland tundra is a flower pattern, or a flower path that we'll need to follow through these trees. This one's pretty easy to track down. It doesn't go up and over things, and the path of the flower remains visible as you track it down. So as far as the follow the flower puzzles, it's one of the easier ones out there, at least from the ones that we've looked at up to this point. Seed number 764 is going to be an acorn that's lodged in the trunk of a tree, and I like to challenge myself a little bit to using bombs to try and grab these to help conserve a couple of arrows where I can. That first blast that you saw, though there were a couple of blasts that preceded it, didn't do much. The second blast overshot slightly, and so I then had the idea to grab the bomb and come back here to the back side of this log, and upon throwing it out to the front side, its blast radius does encompass the acorn to the point where it did shatter, and we can collect the seed from this point before moving on. Seed number 765 is going to be a magnesis puzzle. We'll just need to move this magnetic orb into the well, and I'm panicking a little bit because I've got this big moblin bearing down on me with a pot lid and a soup ladle, and even though those are the weakest swords and shields in the game, or weapons in the game, I don't like dealing with the silver moblins because they still hit pretty hard. So we'll move right on along to seed number 766, which is going to involve these snow boulders, which we need to roll down the hill into that hole. But you can't just chuck them off the edge because, well, they break on impact. So what instead you'll need to do is kind of walk it down the ledge, and then you can gently set it down on the ground and allow gravity to do the rest of the work there. Now, because I am using the Great Flame Blade for my cold resistance, you do notice that the boulders do melt a little bit as I'm working with them, but they still are in fair enough shape to roll into that hole and get us the overall need that we were expecting from them. Seed number 767 is going to be atop a lone mountain peak. You can see Meadow over there in the background of the sky, kind of circling around the Rito village. And we have collected the seed from here, so we'll want to get down off the top of this mountain and into a cave. And this is the cave that one of the shrines is located in, the Lano Ku Shrine. And there is a rock just kind of hanging out on the backside of the shrine that you'll want to pick up. We won't be entering the shrine today, and that is because, well, we aren't doing that with the nature of the challenge that we're doing. But we do have enough clearance to grab the Korok seed from back behind it and move out into the open once again. This one is going to be in a slightly warmer setting, or a slightly warmer area, where we'll need to climb up this dead tree that's in the middle of this lake, overseeing the shrine that we were just near. And upon reaching the top of that tree, we can inspect the fairy lights, grab ourselves the seed, and move right on along to the lily pad diving puzzle that is just a short climb away from where we once were. Fortunately, this is not frigid water, and so we do not take damage in it as we would have previously. Seed number 771 is going to be another flower path that we need to follow. This one is actually a climb that we'll need to do along this archway. And the flower eventually does make its way to the top of the bridge where we can finish out the path and collect the seed. From this point, you can go ahead and leap right up to the top and interact with the final flower to gain your reward before moving on to the next seed, which for us is going to be seed number 772. And this one is, again, a little bit lower on the mountains. It's a lone rock that's sitting out on a ledge that we can lift off. And that's a pretty common thread that we've seen with a lot of these rocks scattered around the land of Hyrule. But we are still doing pretty well, making very nice time. And we can continue right along into seed number 773, narrowly avoiding a shot from this bokoblin wielding ice arrows, which is never fun. We really don't like to have to deal with that guy. But he oversees seed number 773, which is back behind this canyon type river that's running through here. And you could get a little bit closer to it and take less shots, but this is an easier vantage point to make that shot from, and we were able to pull it off without too much of a difficulty, so I really can't complain at the end of the day. We can then move right along to seed number 774, and we are being pursued by an ice keese. And I'm a little bit above the rock that we're going to need to lift, and I'd never really seen what a keese does when you change elevations rapidly, but they do follow after you. They will kind of lower themselves or raise themselves up, providing they know exactly where you went and didn't lose interest in you from losing line of sight. So as soon as we get this rock here, we'll need to give him some shelter and then move right along swiftly because that ice keese is still hot on our tail. Seed number 775 is going to be another balloon, this one at the mouth of a river, and this one's a very easy shot to take as soon as you are on firm ground. I mean, you could have used an aerial shot if you really wanted to, but for me that wasn't necessary because it just seemed a little bit excessive. And then we can leave this guy to hang out where he's at and move on to seed number 776, which involves a flying puzzle. And the solution to this puzzle is a little bit different. I assume that you're meant to use Rivali's Gale, or you can use Rivali's Gale to get a little bit extra height, but I needed to climb up onto that tree and leap off the trunk at a higher angle in order to interact with the lights, but you do have enough time to do so, so it's not the end of the world if you don't have the height to get it without Rivali's Gale. Seed number 777. You'd think this would be a lucky seed, but instead it is an ice flow that we will need to slowly melt down. And it's being guarded by a silver Lizalfo. And I don't like those guys at all, especially because this one does not have a melee weapon. He has a bow. And so don't mind me as I just kind of cower behind this ice flow and wait for it to melt its way down. And the reason that this is working again is because I have the Great Flame Blade equipped as my cold resistance. So we'll just kind of adjust ourselves and experience this rather unflattering camera angle as we wait for the iceberg to melt down. Now you can expedite that process if you were to swing your weapon, if you were to light a campfire, have a torch. There's a bunch of things you can do to speed that process along, but I didn't want to draw any unnecessary attention from that silver Lizalfo, so we'll just do it as is and move on to seed number 778, which is going to be another tricky bow shot. This one is up quite a bit higher, and if you get too close, you'll have to deal with the little stone taluses or the ice taluses that are down below, as well as a couple of ice keese that oversee this cave that this Korok was hiding at the apex of the opening. But after taking the shot, we will have claimed the seed from this locale, and we can move on to yet another ice flow for seed number 779. And this is going to involve, well, more patience, as you've probably guessed. This one I probably could have taken the route of lighting a campfire or doing something else, but it gives me some time to edit down the graphics that you see appearing over on the left-hand side of the screen, so I don't mind waiting and letting the Great Flame Blade just passively do its work, and it doesn't consume any of the durability off the Great Flame Blade either, so that's always a win. As soon as that ice flow ruptures, we can interact with the fairy lights and collect our reward before moving on to the final seed of today's segment, at least, which is seed number 780, which is a simple dive into a ring of lily pads. Though before I do so, I am going to create a ice flow with the Cryonis ability in order to hoist myself up out of the water once I have collected this seed. And that is all there really is to it. So we'll just claim seed number 780. Seed number 781 is going to be, well, just up inside this snowy area. We'll want to go ahead and lift the rock off the top of this poor little guy's head, collect the seed from him, and then drop it right back down on top of him as we make our way away from him and into the next seed, which is actually going to be up at the target range. On top of the little shack, there is a set of fairy lights that you can interact with as long as you make it up to the top of the building. And then once you interact with those lights, you can grab the seed from that place and move right on along to the next one, which for me is actually on the path into the flying range, or the shooting range, I guess I should say. And that is seed number 783 of our overall adventure, where we just need to place that boulder into the well using our magnesis. And that was pretty simple, but we do need to run out of there pretty quick because there are some silver bokoblins on horseback, and they are nasty. In a little crevice, a short walk away from that area, we have a circle of chilies rather than apples that we'll need to place a spicy pepper into the remaining tray, and then we can claim the rewards from this locale. You'll also want to make sure that you walk around and claim the spicy peppers back up once you've finished that. Seed number 785 is going to be on the backside of this bone structure in the dragon mire. You'll need to get on the backside of the spine, and you could probably get away with using the flame blade, though I am trying to conserve the durability on that just in case it's needed. You can whack it with any other metal type weapon, clear the leaves off the top of it, or shoot it with a flame arrow, and then lift the rock up off of this guy's head. Claim your reward before dropping the rock back down on top of his head. Of course, that last bit's optional, but not where we can help it. Seed number 786 is going to be a stone pattern puzzle, and the rock that is needed to complete this puzzle is hiding back behind this boulder. This is actually right next to the Warbler's Nest, which is a shrine quest, which we will not be carrying out in this series because that's not the nature of the challenge that we're working on. But now that we have this seed collected, we can move on to the next seed in our overall adventure, which is just a short stroll from where we are currently. That will bring us to seed number 787, which is a flower trail that winds up this mountain that oversees the Warbler's Nest. And it's a very straightforward path. There's nothing super crazy about it, though the spacing between the flowers is a little bit longer than most tend to be. But you'll know that you've reached it as you see the yellow flower changes to a white flower as you get to the last locale. And as soon as you interact with that one, you will have the seed from this location at your arsenal as well, or as a part of your collection. We can then leave this guy where he's at on top of this mountain and continue over to seed number 788. And this one is going to be a stone nestled within the branches of a very thick trunk tree. This is one of the thicker trees that occur and one of the ones that you cannot chop down. But there's a little rock hanging out in the middle that you can lift off this guy's head, claim your reward before dropping it down on top of his head and continuing into the next section. The next couple of seeds we'll need to grab are accessed in or around the Rito village, but as we do so, we are greeted by the warning cry of Va Meadow, and we will not be interacting with Va Meadow. But it's important to know that that cutscene has been activated, meaning it's the last of the divine beasts that we will interact with. Seed number 789 is a nice little stone that is atop a spire right outside the Rito village. You can access it from that main walking path you saw that we were walking on just moments before. And while we're here in the Rito village, we may as well go ahead and get ourselves the cold resistance. That's going to set you back a couple thousand rupees, but it's nice to have, and we no longer need to rely on our Great Flame Blade. From here, we'll want to climb up to the top of the perch that's here atop the Rito village, and that is because there is a balloon that's hanging out that we'll need to go ahead and pop. Best way to do that is with an arrow, though I suppose you could use a javelin or other weapons to kind of throw at that. If you could get a bomb in that trajectory, it might work well as well, but the arrow is by far the path of least resistance for that seed. A short glide away from that exact point where we shot the balloon, there is a large spire in the middle of the lake that has a hollow crater up top, and as you can see as we come right down over the top of it, there are a couple of trays, one that has an apple in it and one that does not, so you'll want to go ahead and toss the apple down right in the middle of that tray in order to claim the seed for yourself from this spot. And if you really are feeling up to it, there's some luminous stones that you can break open and collect, but that's not going to be necessary with what we're looking for. a short glide from that taller tower. We have a middle-sized tower where there is a gliding time trial. You'll just need to step on that pad to activate the time circle down on this lowest, shortest pillar, and then make your way down. You've got plenty of time to glide over and get that. So as long as you have your trajectory right and you don't dip down too low, you're not going to have anything to worry about when collecting this seed. Now, seed number 793 is going to be atop one of the peaks here in the Heber Mountains. You'll just want to lift the rock off the top of this guy's head and collect your goods. And though this is not the highest point, we will be there very, very shortly. We just need to give this guy a concussion first before we are allowed to move on our way, and then climb back up to safety as the rock tries to take us down with it. Seed number 794 is atop yet another mountain peak, but instead of being a rock, it is a arrow shooting puzzle with 3 different circles that do go around in a circle, but they go around horizontally as they swing around in the sky. So just get your coordinates locked in on those and kind of get a feel for the pattern as you loose your arrows, and you shouldn't have too much of a struggle when it comes to getting those 3 balloons popped and claiming the seed from here. Seed number 795 is going to be another acorn sticking out the end of a hollow log. This one is doable with a bomb, though you did see that there is wind blowing, so your bomb may very well go off course as you're attempting to blast it. So an arrow might be a little easier. Seed number 796 is going to be another one of these icebergs that we need to melt down. And again, I find this best to do with the flame blade weapons, even though we're no longer using the flame blade to increase our cold resistance. It does work very, very well from a proximity point to melt down these bergs and give us access to the fairy lights that lie on the underside. Once it's burst, you'll just need to interact with those fairy lights in order to claim that one for yourself. And I think that iceberg was so much fun that we're going to do it again. And so we'll employ the same tactic as we move over here with our flame blade and stand in very close proximity to this other ice flow. Now, sometimes there are these ice flows that just hang out around that have a couple of other interesting artifacts that you can claim. Some of them occult different chests, some of them hide shrines, so it might be worth your time to just kind of search underneath the whole of them. But we're looking for the ones that contain those fairy lights to collect our Korok seeds and get out of this frozen barren wasteland as quick as we can. But that's not going to be today, unfortunately. We can, however, move on to seed number 798, which is going to be a short glide down through what is the highest mountain in the Heber mountain range. Though we are not up at the peak, we are in the middle of the crater from the blast that happened, or the laser blast that happened during the Great Calamity. There's a little rock hanging out down here back behind a pile of rubble, and lifting the rock off of his head leaves him very grateful, but also looking very cold. So let's try and keep him warm by dropping that rock back down on top of him. Seed number 799 is indeed the highest point in the entire map across the land of Hyrule. And of course, there is a simple Korok hiding underneath a stone on the top of that peak, because why wouldn't there be? So we'll just want to lift that off the top of his head, grab the seed, drop it back down on top of him before moving to the last seed of today's adventure, which does involve rocks, but it doesn't involve Koroks hiding under them. This one is a circle pattern puzzle that you will need to complete by throwing 2 different stones down into the formation there. But we were rudely interrupted by some Stalmoblins, so we'll want to take these guys out as quickly as possible. Fortunately, these guys do not have ranged weaponry, but rather they have up-close and personal weaponry. And with 2 simple shots, we were able to take them down and then continue back on our standard progression. We'll want to take this stone and place it in this hole in the pattern, and then there is another stone just a short while over here that we can grab and move into the adjoining formation in order to claim the seed from this locale. And just like that, we have reached the 8/9 completion of collecting all seeds within the game. Seed number 801 of our adventure is going to be well, it's going to be an iceberg that we're going to need to melt down. And those are pretty common in this region, as well as the other snowy regions of the map. And honestly, what it comes down to is just kind of making sure that you have the resources and or weapons that emit warmth in order to melt down these ice flows. So that is exactly what we are doing with this seed here. And it's as long as you're in a relatively peaceful area, you don't need to worry about it. Some of the previous episodes, we've seen that there are some enemies that pop up and can cause us some grief. But this seed was not one of those examples, so no hard feelings there. We can then move along to the next seed of our adventure here, seed number 802. This one is going to be an archery challenge, and it's been a minute since I've seen one of these ones. We typically see with these pinwheels that there are balloons jumping around, but this one happens to be an acorn that pops in and out of frame, and it's over here to my right, and I'll turn and notice it just here. So it can take a moment to track down, but once you know where you're looking or what you're looking for, you can grab it. And thankfully this isn't too far of a shot like some of the other acorn shots that we've seen, so we can knock these acorns out with little to no difficulty, even just with the standard bow, due to it just being the singular acorn and it being a little bit closer. Seed number 803 is going to be another ice flow that we're going to need to melt down. And so we're going to employ the same strategy. Now, I do believe that this ice flow is significantly larger than the previous ones that we've looked at, which is why it takes a little bit longer to melt down. I'd even say that this is probably one of the largest ice flows that we've had to melt for a Korok. There are a couple of other ice flows that are very, very large, that occult towers and some other things, but we haven't really been focusing on those, so they haven't had a whole lot of bearing on our adventure as a whole as of yet, or really at all for the game mode that we're choosing to pursue here. So after waiting around for a while, that ice flow does eventually break down and reveal a set of fairy lights. And at that stage, it's just a matter of interacting with said lights. And that will give us our reward and allow us to move on to the next item in question, which is going to be seed number 804. Now, seed 804 is, you guessed it, another ice flow that we're going to need to melt down. But this one actually has a little bit more excitement going on around it, mainly due to this pack of wolves that decided that they were going to come and try and mess with me. Now, anytime you see the wolves prowling around like that and they kind of bare their teeth, you know that you're in for a bit of a rough spot. And if they dash in and nip at you, you're going to take some pretty serious damage. This guy didn't learn his lesson the last time, so we whack him again with that sword. And hey, we netted some seared prime meat out of that deal. From that point on, it's just a matter of waiting for the ice flow to continue to melt down. And I think our swinging of our sword actually helped it somewhat to burn down or melt down a little bit quicker. Because, well, that's what happens when you swing the weapon. It emits more heat particles, so all things considered, not that bad. We'll interact with the fairy lights and move right on along to the next seed in our path, which just so happens to be not an ice puzzle this time. Seed number 805 is sitting atop the canopy of this tree with no leaves, and I did apparently latch right onto the top of that tree, but for whatever reason ended up falling down out of the top of it, which was a little bit odd, but a quick climb back up to the top allows us to pick up the seed from here and move on to the next one, which is going to be a mountain climb and a short glide away, despite the video glitches that are happening there with the issues in the video rendering. It's just the top of the cabin that's you participate in the ski challenge from. So, interact with those fairy lights and then move your way up to a higher peak, which is where we have our next seed. Now, this is a set of three different balloons that we'll need to shoot out, and they don't move, but they do pulse in and out of existence with the puff of the fairy lights. So just get a good track on them, and then loose your arrow straight and true, and you'll be able to claim the goods from this area as well. And then we can move on to seed number 808, which is going to be a simple little rock that is hanging out on, it's kind of the wing of the snowbird. You'll know what that means if you've done some of the other side quests. I've done them previously, so I know where that's located up here in the Hebrew Mountains, though we're not completing that side quest as a part of today's adventure because, well, that's not what we're here for. A drop down from that last spot will find us head-to-head with another rock, but before we collect our seed, we've got to take out the stall moblins that cropped up here. It's not safeguarded by it's just the time of day that I'm down here, and our remote bombs are doing decently well at allowing us to conserve some of our resources. We've got one of the moblins completely down at this stage, and I just managed to overthrow that bomb, but this last one will go ahead and get the 2 remaining skulls that we needed to take out, and then we can collect the goods, including a truffle, some chopped wood from that tree that came down, and all of the monster parts before we make our way back over to this lone stone hanging out amidst some of these ores, lift it off of the top, and grab our reward from this place as well. We can then climb all the way back up these cliffs to get to our next seed, which is going to be a further climb up a dead pine tree up here in these wastelands. And we'll speed up the climbing animation a little bit here to get to the top of the tree quicker for sake of time, and then interact with the fairy lights to claim our reward from this spot. And then move right on down our list. As we've reached the halfway point, there's still about 10 seeds we need to grab still. This is going to be another shooting puzzle, which involves a couple of balloons hanging out at the treetops, and they do pop in and out in kind of an odd rhythm. They don't pop in and out all together, but kind of alternate when they're present and when they're not. I could have loosed my arrow here on this final balloon, but wanted to make sure that I didn't miss it, and so I waited for it to disappear and then come back around. So, all things considered, the shooting puzzles that we've done today have been fairly easy. Seed number 812 is going to be another acorn that's lodged in the end of this hollowed log, and you've seen my strategy with these. Let's roll a bomb right off the end of that log and blast it as it gets over the tip. That way you can conserve your weapon durability and or some of your arrows instead of wasting some of your resources there. We've got another dead tree that we need to climb up the top of, and I thought that I could manage to perch at least halfway up that tree, but it wasn't working out for me. So we'll climb up from the bottom, interact with the fairy lights accordingly, and get the seed from here before moving down to some slightly warmer water down below this location to get our next seed, seed number 814. That is going to involve a set of dried leaves that we'll need to knock out of the way, and then release the rock on the underside in order to grab our reward from here. Though this one is very well hidden, so I can't be too mad at this guy for picking a slightly warmer hiding spot. Seed number 815 is going to be down here. That's basically out on the edge of the map, and there's a singular Lizalfo kind of standing guard over it. Once you have him taken down, and since he has an ice attribute, Lizalfo, you can loose a fire weapon or fire attack at him to instantly knock him out. You can then toss this rock down towards the formation and lay it right in this spot to complete the overall pattern that's present on the ground. And that was easy enough, so let's steer right on ahead to seed number 816, which is going to be a short walk and climb up another cliffside here, still out on the edges of the map, as you can see down in the right-hand corner. You'll need to move this rock from the center of the formation to the outer ring, and then claim your prize before moving on to the next seed, which will be seed number 817. And this one, it goes right back with the general theme of these tundra areas. Some nice ice that we've got to melt down. And the seed itself is going to be under the leftmost ice flow, but there actually is a chest to the right that has a really nice weapon, and it has a soldier's claymore. So you'll definitely want to pick that up, as those are very handy weapons to have. It doesn't have any sort of attack bonus or any other benefit, but it is quite a handy device to have in your toolkit. So now let's interact with our fairy lights, claim our reward before moving up to a mountaintop nearby for a very particular but fun seed to do. Now this is a time trial that's very tight on its timing. The only way you're going to make it down to the bottom in time is by shield surfing. And as you see, we just barely got there in the nick of time. It's not nearly as bad as the time trial that's out in the Gerudo Desert, where you have like half a second to leap from the top of one tower to the other. But it's still pretty technical and can take you a couple of tries to get. Seed number 819 is going to be a very erratic moving balloon. It goes all over the place. It does pause in a couple of different areas, so your best bet of getting a shot off on it is taking your time, memorizing the pattern, finding spots where it lingers, and then loosing your arrow right when it comes into frame. You saw that I had one missed shot, but the second time around I had the zoning and framing in right, and we found the pattern in order to hit it out of its cycle. And thank goodness there is only one seed in that area, because much more of that, and it would just be problematic for everyone involved. Now we have one last seed to grab up here in this region, and this actually does involve kind of sort of solving a shrine puzzle. And the way that we do this is you're going to need to take your Cryonis and freeze 2 pillars right in the middle of this little puddle here. And that will allow you to form a land bridge that you can then roll a snowy boulder over. I recommend bringing the snowy boulder down from the height just above here before loosing it either voluntarily or accidentally, like you saw from there. And it will then knock into these doors down at the bottom, allowing you access to the shrine that is within the tallest peak here in the Hebra Mountain region. However, the reason that we're here is not for the completion of the shrine quest, but rather there is a Korok seed that hangs out on the Leviathan ruins, or this fossil that's housed within the mountain here as well. You'll need to go all the way to the back to access the starting flower, and then follow it up different portions of the spine and across some of the ribs here in order to fully complete the flower path. As we make our way across, we can really make the most of some more technical movements here. Flying around with the paraglider definitely helps make sure that you can traverse this skeleton a little bit quicker. And then the final flower is right up here at the top of the... Like I was saying, it's right up here at the top of the head of the fossil. So we can grab this seed. The first seed of today's adventure is going to be a simple magnesis puzzle. This is located in the northwesternmost corner of the map, and the pattern is among some of the easiest ones that we've seen when it comes to these magnesis block puzzles. So fairly easy seed to grab here before moving on to a couple more that are a little more trying. This one is also fairly simple. It involves us moving a rock over to the triangle pattern that is embedded within the snow here. And all things considered, as long as you can locate where this one is, you're not going to have any troubles in getting it. And most of the time, these patterns are outlined on the map as well. So if you zoom in close enough, you'll be able to see exactly where you'll be interacting with these. Seed number 823 is going to be a flower puzzle that we'll need to do, and this is one of a couple that we have in today's video. But this is, I think, probably the second most difficult seed in terms of the pathing that is required to get to it. It has some areas where we can stall out of our ascent in order to get up and kind of recover our stamina without having to consume anything. And as a reminder, anytime you complete one of these Korok seeds, you will instantly have all of your stamina refreshed. So even though we're clinging onto the side of the cliff here, we will be restored completely with our stamina before continuing to seed number 824, which is a lone rock atop one of these Hibber Mountains. So lifting the rock off the top of this little guy will grant us the seed from here, and then we will need to drop the seed back down on top of his head, as is tradition around here, and also to provide this little guy with a little more warmth, as it's pretty chilly up here. Seed number 825 is going to be a Korok fairy light pattern, and something I've noticed here in the snowy regions is you can kind of see in the snow where the Koroks run around. Their pattern is relatively marked in the snow. So if you can determine where that path is, you can kind of intercept it, or you can find where it last passed through and just kind of wait there for the Korok to circle back around, whichever suits your playstyle better or whichever item you tend to find a little bit easier. Seed number 826 is another rock that's hanging out on top of a mountain peak, though a different one from the one that we saw just a few short moments ago. And as we collect this seed and do this little guy the same favor of dropping the rock back down on his head, we can then progress over to the next seed of our adventure, which is going to be another flower trail. This one is the most difficult one of today's video based off of its sheer ascent that we need to do with it. So you'll just need to make sure that you can either find the ledges on this area to stall out and climb up towards, or make sure that you have some stamina replenishment on hand. So right here you'll see that there are a couple of areas where we can kind of stall out, double back, grab the flower, and continue right on across. It's just a matter of planning your path a little more strategically. And fortunately for us, there is a section up here that is relatively, well, it's actually over to the left and down that we'll paraglide over to. That allows us to recover some more of our stamina a little more easily. We can then resume our climb up towards this flower, and as we finalize this climb, there will be a couple of ledges up towards the top that we can peacefully walk over to complete the path and the white flower that's up here on this cliff edge. So a little more stressful than most, but it does indeed work for us, so no harm, no foul. And we can move right on along to the next seed in our adventure, which will be seed number 828. This one we can paraglide down to and catch ourselves right before making impact with the ground. And if you're ever having difficulties finding the rocks to complete these patterns, you can activate your stasis, and that will highlight the rock that is needed to complete the puzzle and gain the Korok seed. This particular path does involve carrying this stone downhill, and as a general rule from my experience, you're pretty safe in determining where the location of the missing rock is and following basically a straight line away from there in order to find the rock that will complete the pattern, and that was no exception for this seed here. Moving right along to seed number 829 of our adventure, we find ourselves with a rock that is hiding behind a bombable wall. We haven't seen this one recently, so it is a little bit refreshing to see that here again. After blasting down the wall, we can lift up the rock, and similar to having your stamina recharged, any of your runes that have been exhausted, really just the bomb runes and the stasis rune, those will retain their freshness after collecting the seeds as well. We can move along to another rock that's hanging out on top of a peak. This one's fairly low in comparison with some of the other ones that we've seen, but is still one that we'll need to track down nevertheless and do this guy the same due process of dropping the rock on his head before continuing on to a time trial puzzle. And this is one of the longest distances that we've had to go for a Korok seed time trial. And if you do have a higher amount of stamina, you'll be able to make it over to this on one single flight. However, due to the nature of the challenge that we are involved in, we don't have any additional stamina except for the one stamina wheel that was given off the orbs from the Great Plateau. So we'll just need to glide our way down to the location of this seed and shortly here in just a moment drop down before switching over to shield surfing to assure that we can get to the end of this objective in the time that's remaining on that timer. And it also helped us avoid that snow Lizalfo, so can't complain about that either. After collecting this seed, that officially has us at the midway point of today's segment, so we will continue on to seed number 832, and this seed is, you can notice the balloons bunch up a little bit towards the center, so if you play things smart, you can actually take all of the balloons out with a single shot, provided that you don't put your bomb arrow right through the center of those balloons like I did. But because of the blast radius here, with a minor correction, we can loose the next arrow and get all 3 balloons in only 2 shots. So we are still well ahead in what was required to claim the seed from here. We can now transition over to seed number 833, which is going to be a small little pattern puzzle that we will need to move 3 rocks into. But first, we'll drop our Great Flame Blade on top of this Lizalfo, pick up his bits, and then seek out the rocks that are needed for this puzzle. As I mentioned earlier, you will notice that all of these rocks are basically in a straight line away from the places that are missing within the patterns, so you'll just need to move those over. The one minor exception to this is the seed that's up atop here. You can grab, and I almost had it slide right into its needed position just with that toss. It would be interesting to see if that is something that indeed can be accomplished, but I wasn't about to spend too much time on doing that in today's video. Maybe we'll revisit it at some point in the future. We can now have a look at seed number 834, which is another lone rock hanging out on a rock formation. So we can grab the seed from here and give this little guy his cover / a concussion before continuing on our way to the next seed in our traversal, which is actually going to be the last seed in the Hibber Mountain region, and it is another flower path that we'll need to take on. Now this flower path, it instead of being an ascending flower path is a descending one, which actually makes it the easiest flower path that we have seen, especially where the last downward facing flower path that we were involved in was in the middle of the pouring rain, and that's just not fun for anyone involved. A short little glide from this little outcropping down to the final flower in this pattern will grant us the objective we need and allow us to move out of the Hibber Mountain region to some different areas. This seed is backtracking a little bit closer to Zora's domain. As I discovered, you can knock leaves off of rocks in their dried state without the use of flame, and of course, given that everything is wet here, you cannot burn it, but by using a metal weapon, you can clear the leaves off of that rock, so that's what we did to claim the seed from there. Over here, you can see that the seed here on this shrine island, it recommends that you use this raft in order to sail over to this small little rock in the ocean. But because I didn't want to go track down a Korok leaf, we opted for making a kind of Cryonis bridge and swimming over to the rock, which got us there in a shorter amount of time than the overall time that was on the timer for getting that seed. So I'm going to write this one off as being a complete win. We can now go to the last seed that we're backtracking for, and this one is the one that kind of breaks one of the challenge parameters that I'd set. I wanted to get through this without completing any of the main story quest objectives, but the Zora armor is required to get this time trial, as it is the only way for us to swim up or get up to the top of this waterfall in time to complete the time trial. There might be one other item that we could have used to get it, but we will have to revisit that in a different time and under the constraints of a different challenge. The second to last seed of today's video is going to be this little bombable Korok here in the tree trunk. We'll need to blast him out and move on to the final seed, which is going to be a set of statues that are looking for another apple. And after finishing our shield surfing down this path, we will come right up to the spot that we need, and we can drop the apple into its place and claim the seed from here. With only 60 seeds left to go, most of which being in some of the more challenging parts of the map, I highly encourage you to check out the next and final couple of episodes in this series, as we will certainly have some very tough puzzles to sort through. This is going to be in some highly Guardian infested areas, as the only seeds that we have left are near Hyrule Castle. First seed of our adventure is a simple set of fairy lights that are running around, and after tracking them down, we've got to hightail it out of here as safely as we can, because this place is crawling with Guardians from left to right. And not only do we have to deal with the Guardian here, but we've got a Bokoblin with a bow and arrow riding around on horseback. And just when you think you're safe, well, you could not be further from the truth. As you can see, I'm delicately dodging around not only these arrows, but also this homing beacon from this Guardian, trying to make my way up this tower to get to the fairy lights that are found atop it. And doing decently well, even to the point where the Guardian has completely lost interest in me. But as I try to maneuver around the pole, well, the Bokoblin had other plans, so I won't make you sit through me reclimbing that entire pole again. We'll just kind of quickly make our way up to the top and further avoid any suspicions of the Guardians patrolling this area and collect our seed from this spot, and then move right on along to the next location, which, boy howdy, does this make things a little more stressful. Seed number 843 is one that I cut out another Guardian chase from, but it is a simple acorn that's just kind of hanging off of this wrecked wagon. And you can shoot it, but if you position yourself appropriately, you can also hit it with basically any weapon you have. So that's what I elect for, as I'd like to conserve arrows wherever possible, and that was certainly a moment where it could have been done. Also could have been achieved with a bomb blast. Seed number 844 is another rock, and again, I haven't looked specifically, but I am of the opinion that these particular rock puzzles make up for a third of all Korok seeds in the game. So, no exceptions here. We're going to leave this guy a nice little concussion before moving right on along to our next flagpole that we're going to climb. And this one is going to be just about as easy as the last one. The nice thing is that we're not having to deal with the Guardian at all. I've got the footage sped up yet again to make it up to the top, and with the little extra stamina that we have, we do make it all the way to the top before... Like I was saying, we make it all the way to the top before interacting with those fairy lights and claiming the seed from this spot. And with that one claimed, we can now go back down onto the lower ground and collect the next seed. As I don my Hyrulean camouflage, we are basically waiting for this guy to run away and leave us in peace. You can actually hear the Korok running around. It's a set of fairy lights in the grass here, and it actually runs right around, does a loop around that tree that we were hiding from the Guardian on the trunk of. So nice that we didn't have to work too much harder for that one than what was absolutely needed. The next seed is right here in this same little grove, and I'm trying to use my bomb strategy to blast that acorn out, but it seems to be just too high out of the area, and, well, I don't want to draw any more suspicion from that Guardian than I absolutely have to, so I will go ahead and make the sacrifice of using an arrow in this spot, though we've exemplified a lot of different examples where that's not needed. The next one is, again, another archery puzzle, which we can track down with a shot and the balloon just kind of hanging out there in the canopy of this tree. And a short walk away is another archery puzzle that, well, it's not these apples, but instead standing on top of this trunk, you will notice that there is an acorn that flies at a relatively close distance, and acorns have a small hitbox, but this one is not far away, so I don't feel the use to use a Fenric or golden bow on that one to make sure that we get the hit on it. So, certainly happy that that one worked out in our favor. And we can now move a little bit deeper into Hyrule to the fountain that's right outside the proper Hyrule Castle. And as we make our way up this pillar, you'll notice that this Guardian comes over to investigate a little bit. As long as we stay out of line of sight, we're fine. We can then claim the seed from underneath this rock, and shortly thereafter drop it back down on top of his head before dropping into the field down below. The Phantom Armor chestplate is actually found right there in that fountain as well, if you haven't tracked that down. Seed number 851 is going to be another rock, this one on top of a larger plateau. Easier to hide from some of the Guardian opponents, and yes, that is some very blatant foreshadowing, because in order to get to the next seed, well, there is a Guardian standing guard over that little stable that you can kind of see there in the background. And in order to have any hope and a prayer of completing that Korok seed, you got to take this guy out, as well as the two bokoblins on horseback. So everybody gets one miss with that Guardian laser parry. So we've had our one miss, and now we've just got to hit 3 reflections back to back in order to, well, walk away with the victory from here. We'll also take out a couple of keys with our Korok spear before moving down to finish off those bokoblins, which I've done off camera. And then this is just a simple flower counting puzzle where you'll need to interact with the flowers in the proper sequence. The 4 clump is over on the other side of this path, but it's pretty easy to access, and then you just need to sneak your way on the underside and grab that last collection of 5 to claim your reward and move right along from this spot into the next. Which, of course, is going to be another Korok that's hiding underneath a rock on top of a grassy knoll this time instead of a cliff or other pillar. And, well, they get creative with some of the places they hide these on occasion. I'm getting a little bit tired of them, but we're just about done as we have only less than 50 seeds to go at this point. We now have a large boulder that needs to be pushed off the top of this pillar, and for whatever reason, it only likes to be pushed from a specific angle, which unfortunately in my case brought it crashing down right on top of this other boulder. To get it moved a little bit closer, I do go ahead and use stasis, and then we will just push and roll using some brute force for the remainder of that placement, as it should just kind of relax right into the divot as soon as we get it close enough. And as long as it's in the general area and comes to a rest, you'll be able to claim that seed with little to no problem as well. And as we move on to seed number 855, we have probably my least favorite puzzle in the entire game. You've picked one apple, you've picked 1,000,003 of them. So, well, we're not only needing to climb up this tree, but we're also trying to avoid these small little choo-choo enemies in the process. And just like that, we have that seed claimed, and I'm fairly confident to the point of betting money on the fact that I'll never have to do one of those again in this run. Seed number 856 is very easy to do. You just need to stand on this little ice floe that's located on the river and crack a shot at the acorn hanging from a chain underneath the bridge. Easy enough, though you might have some issues finding that ice floe if you're not certain exactly where to look for it, so just be cautious as you go about setting that up. We can now move over to seed number 857, and this is going to be another installment in my favorite series, which is Hyrule Curling. This, again, is probably the last time that we'll get to do this particular puzzle, and it involves chucking a rock across a couple of Cryonis blocks right into the center of those rocky spires. And it's sad to see that that's probably the last one that we'll have to do in that format, but they were good while they lasted. Seed number 858 is going to be a nice little rock hanging out on top of the battlement ramparts of the fort that's closest to the Hyrule Castle, and as we give this guy a little bit of shelter from the guardians nearby, one of them locks onto me, so it's time for me to make my exit. But we do have 2 final seeds left to do. We'll have to do an airbound strike in order to get the first of them, And that is just a bombable structure down below in this little devastated valley. And after collecting this little guy, we can move a short jaunt over to the east in order to collect the last seed. And that, yet again, is going to be a nice little rock that's just kind of hanging out and minding his own business. And with that, we only have 40 seeds left to do, and a solid chunk of them are located within Hyrule Castle. A rather simple Korok seed puzzle that's just a pattern that needs to be filled in right here. And as we walk this stone over to its rightful resting place and, well, ultimately fail at having that rock slide into the needed spot on its own, we do need to mention that this is the last of the Korok seeds that we need to locate outside of Hyrule Castle. As a matter of fact, some of the last seeds in today's video will be within the walls of that castle. But before we get to that point, we still need to finish the things on the outskirts, which includes seed number 862, which is located right behind this bombable wall that we can blast away. And then pick up the rock hiding underneath it. After claiming our goods from here, we can move on to the next seed of our overall adventure, which is, to no one's surprise, another rock that is just kind of hanging out on the edge of a cliff. And fortunately, we shouldn't have to see too many more of these, or Korok seeds in general. I don't know that I'll really hunt down any Korok seeds in future playthroughs beyond the ones that I happen to stumble across, but we'll see. Seed number 864 is going to be a nice little pinwheel, and this one is an archery puzzle, of course, but this one makes use of the acorn, which has made a couple of appearances throughout the series. This acorn, as you can see, it rises over the top of the trees right here, and you don't need to use the Fenric bow or the golden bow for this one. I do find that it's a little bit easier to track down and get a better read on where that seed is located. Though if you end up too far away on the front or the lip of that trunk, you will not be able to complete your shot, which is a little bit unfortunate. And the other benefit of using the golden bow is you know exactly where your arrow's going. You just need to adjust for travel time. But that, apart from wasting one singular arrow on that shot, was really all we needed there. Before moving on to a very unique puzzle in the sense of filling in the trays in front of statues. But before doing so, I would highly advise that you take out this Guardian, and since our weapons are a little bit lackluster, the best method for us to do so is going to be using the Guardian Laser Parry. And this just so happens to be not one of my better runs, as you saw that I lost 2 shields on that. But at the end of the day, we ended up taking him out, and I actually kind of like the sped up music for whatever reason. It just seems like it's got a very grindy vibe to it. When trying to place this shield in the tray, you need to remember that any items you discard come off the back side of Link instead of out in front of him like normal dropped items. So just face your back towards that tray and then drop the shield into place. Seed number 866 is a simple little dive into a ring of lily pads, and I think it's safe to say those are the last lily pads that we will ever need to dive through, as I don't see there being any large pools of water that we can dive into within Hyrule Castle. But I could be wrong. Seed number 876 is another pattern that we'll need to complete. This one, I tried to toss the rock into the formation, but it didn't want to go that way because I ended up stepping over the wall before having a chance to hurdle the rock towards here. So we'll just place it in the center. Probably wouldn't have slid its way in there on its own anyway. But not to worry, as at the end of the day, we still ended up collecting the seed, and that allows us to move right along to the next one, which is a nice little balloon that's hiding within the branches of this tree near the outskirt wall. Now, yes, I shot that with an arrow. I probably could have conserved it and just thrown a bomb out in that general direction, but I might be experiencing a little bit of whiplash from what happened last week, so don't yell at me too harshly. Seed number 869 is going to be a balloon archery puzzle with a very perplexing balloon pattern, just where they all rotate in a circular motion but at different speeds and occasionally synchronize up at the same spot. But after a couple of well-placed shots, we have all 5 balloons burst and we can collect our seed before moving on to the next one. Now, this seed that we're looking for here is one that we have to shoot into this crest. You can tell from the arrows that are located there. And you can actually collect them off of that if you're running low on a few, or, I mean, it never hurts to have some extra arrows in your inventory. And then for the final shot, I wanted to do a backflip off the top before activating my archery mode in the air to make sure that I crack that shot, as to not have to deal with the Guardian that's patrolling the grounds. Seed number 871 is our last time trial seed that we'll be doing, and this one is going to involve us, well, paragliding from the top of the ramparts in towards the central fountain here in the middle of Hyrule. And this one was not one of my better works because of the goop that we had to trek through, or that calamity ooze. But we do end up making it into the central fountain, and now it's just a swift climb up to the top of the wreckage here in order to interact with the ring and claim our rewards from here. We can then move right along swiftly to the next seed in our adventure, which is a simple little magnet door, which we haven't seen one of these in many, many episodes, but after throwing that out of the way, we can go ahead and grab the rock that was resting underneath it, collect the seed from here, and then move on to the next one, which coincidentally is just a stone's throw to the left. And you'll notice that by it being the massive flagpole that's right here. We covered a couple of these in the previous episode. We'll just want to make our way to the top of this flagpole as well in order to interact with the fairy lights waiting for us there. But we have to play dodgeball with another Guardian, which is always a joy, especially when they have more of a vertical range than you expected that they probably would. However, as we make our way up to the top here, he seems to lose sight and interest of us, so we can casually leap up to the top and interact with the fairy lights, and even if he had locked onto us, we would have had a completely refreshed stamina to glide away and get away from that Guardian before having to encounter another one. We can then leap off the top of that flagpole and take a swift little glide down here to the last pile of leaves that we will need to clear off of a rock. And I would have had this one a lot quicker if it weren't for these stall moblins that are stalking me all over the place. Now, they do like to pick up things and throw them at you. I didn't know that they could throw pots, but I guess they can. So we'll just kind of skirt around the things they're throwing at us, though thankfully they do not pick up the rock that the Korok is located under, which will assure that we can claim the seed from here. We can then move along to the interior of Hyrule Castle after activating a cutscene that ensures us that we are in for some trouble. And yes, we have the Calamity Ganon circling the tallest spire of Hyrule Castle, and he's intimidating, to say the least. But such is where we are, and we only have 26 seeds to go, 6 of which will be featured in today's video. And the first of those is none other than seed number 875, which is a flower path that takes place underneath the bridge of the castle here. And I've made this mistake before of trying to climb in the rain, so I'm not going to repeat that, and I'll just go ahead and hang out here until the rain dissipates, which is right about now. So we can then continue on our path. Now, something that is a little bit annoying is that there are some of these flying guardians that will hone in on you as you are trying to track down this flower path, but as long as you play your positioning strategically with the tiny little spires here across that drawbridge, you should be able to collect all of the flowers in that path and claim your reward at the other side. But once you've done that, you'll actually want to trek back out onto that bridge to get the next seed, which is a little acorn that we'll need to shoot down from this little rampart down here. If I'd been thinking ahead, I probably would have done this before tracking down the flower path, but I am not the greatest planner, so we went ahead and glided down and collected that seed before climbing not only to the top of that drawbridge, but also the little rampart that take place on top of it with the magnetic door. There is a simple little rock hanging out up here that we can lift off the top of this poor little guy's head, claim our reward, and then move into increasingly hostile territory. And a couple of these, or most of them, are going to involve arrow puzzles, at least the ones that we're looking at today. The first one is going to be a little crest that we need to shoot right here, and to ensure that I do not miss that shot, I do switch over to the golden bow one more time to hit that crest right in the very center and collect the seed before, well, climbing up to other parts of these ramparts for yet more archery. This one is going to be basically right above where we just took that shot, and it's a very far shot over to the top of that ruined tower, but we get it on our first go with the help of the golden bow, and we can claim this seed before moving along to our next one as well. This one is going to be yet another archery puzzle that is timed out a little bit awkwardly due to the presence of these balloons behind the malice, and, well, it's just a matter of getting the patterns down on some of them and finding where the others peek out from around that malice, because they do stop. Now, since we have a good angle on this one, we'll go ahead and crack that with a singular shot there. The next one that zips up and down along this trajectory, it goes a little bit slower, so we can grab that one. And this final balloon is the one that's probably the most annoying of the three, because it dances back and forth pretty quickly and also the most obstructed between the shots that we're needing to take. But after getting the pattern down, we can land that shot very easily and claim this seed for ourselves. Seed 881 of our adventure is going to be over here on this section of the wall. We'll just lift the rock off this guy's head, liberate him, claim the seed, and move on after giving him some cover, because you're going to need every bit of protection here in Hyrule Castle as you can possibly muster. Seed number 882 is within Hyrule Castle, and I didn't particularly feel like taking on that Silver Lizalfo, so hitting him with a freezing arrow is enough to immobilize him, letting me sneak by. And then there's a bombable wall down here at the bottom of this staircase that we can knock out. If I can learn how to put the bomb down on the ground, we'll blast that out of the way, and then once you're inside that room, you can claim the contents of the chest. In fact, I highly recommend that you do, as this is going to be very useful for some of the final fights that we'll have to do. And finally, draw another arrow and shoot it at the acorn hanging from the ceiling of this small chamber. That being said, there's a lot more sneaking around that we are going to need to do to get the remaining seeds here. So for this next one, we will be heading outside to the first gatehouse. And this one is pretty easy to find. It's out of the vision of a lot of the guardians that could hone on to you. You've just got to make your way up to the top of this spire, which, as you can see, I'm having some difficulty with. But once you make your way up to the top, you will find a resting point where you can interact with these fairy lights and gain the seed from this location. Just be cautious, because if you actually go inside this gatehouse, you will trigger a fight with a Lionel, and if you're underprepared for that, well, things are going to go very, very poorly for you. From the top of the first gatehouse, it actually provides a very nice launch over to the next seed, which is going to be behind this bombable structure over here. We'll just glide in, place a bomb on the ground as close as we can, or just huck it into the needed spot before blasting away and lifting the rock from here. I thought that we were going to be done with lifting rocks, but As it turns out, there's still a couple of them to go. So we'll give this guy some cover before we leave him and head to the next spot, which, believe it or not, is going to be another wall section that we need to bomb. Now, I tried to use the paraglide bomb technique with that. Didn't quite get it close enough as this wall does slope inward a little bit. So we'll recalibrate and try the toss method. And then we will make a rather long climb back up the top after taking out that Guardian and claim the seed from here. We can give this guy the nice send-off that we've given the other Koroks up until this point before transitioning away from him to go over to the next seed, which is going to be atop gatehouse number 2, or the second gatehouse. This is identical to the previous gatehouse seed, where it's a set of fairy lights that's hanging out on top of the spire, and taking things a little bit slower and more calculated will assure that we can make our way up to the top of that spire without as many times falling off and needing to reset our climb. So patience really is what paid off for us there. We can then move back inside Hyrule Castle. We'll need to go through the dining hall and then take the hallway around the backside before blasting away this section to reveal a knight statue, which is holding a less than useful rusty claymore. In a pinch, I suppose you could use it as a weapon, but it's got very low durability. And then you will need to loose an arrow at the acorn hanging from the ceiling, much like a seed that we saw just a few minutes ago. Outside on the ramparts again, we have found our way to seed number 888 of our total collection. We'll want to lift the rock off of this guy's head, collect the seed, and then provide him some cover as we run from the guardians that are patrolling this area. Seed number 889 is a little bit harder to find. It's one of the more occulted seeds. And what you'll need to do to find this one is go down to the East Passage. That is one of the lowest entries to Hyrule Castle. You can interact with this chest and get yourself 5 bomb arrows, and then you'll want to load yourself into this minecart, take your round bomb specifically, so you can push it into the end of the minecart itself and detonate it. That will protect you from the blast as well as propel yourself forward. You will then need to exit the cart here and move over to these ice structures. Now, it's going to be best if you use a flame sword or other fire weapon, though I suppose you could fire into it with a couple of fire arrows if you really needed to. I honestly thought that we were going to be done with thawing out Korok seeds, but that was not the case at all. So we'll just bide our time, wait for these to melt down. It is the largest spire that you need to completely melt before the fairy lights will appear and allow you to interact with them so you can claim this seed. And boy, am I glad that there's nothing else cold related that we have to do, because these ones take an exorbitantly long amount of time. The next seed is a very interesting seed which you can only get if you have bird eggs on hand, as you will need to throw a bird egg into the pot of water in front of this statue, and as soon as it transitions over to a hard-boiled egg, you will be rewarded with the Korok seed from here. And I think that's my favorite of those type of puzzles I've seen, just due on how unique it is. But you do need to be prepared for it. We've been watching Link narrowly avoid some Guardian Fire here, all in an effort to lift this rock off of this poor little Korok's head and claim the seed from him, before providing him that much needed cover and backing away from him slowly so we ourselves don't get tanked in the face with a laser. Seed number 892 doesn't have a descriptor at the time of recording on zeldadungeon.net. I might go around and fix this myself. But what you will see is there is a ring of lily pads outside that you'll need to leap into the center of on these waterfall areas. And grabbing that seed will allow us to come one step closer to our completion. Seed number 893 is going to be another bombable structure. I learned my lesson from last time. Probably should have switched over to the rectangular bombs or the square bombs so it didn't roll away from me, but getting out of the clearance and blast area before detonating was really all we needed to do in order to free up this rock and claim the seed from the little guy hanging out underneath it. Though, as always, we need to give this guy the proper care that he needs within Hyrule Castle to assure that he is not bullied by any of the enemies around here. Seed number 894 is going to be the final archery puzzle in terms of multiple moving balloons. And this is going to involve 5 balloons that bob up and down at a variety of rates, but they are on the same plane. So once you have the depth down and you get a feel for their pattern, you'll be able to pop them very easily and claim the seed from here. And we are now rounding out the final seeds of our adventure and moving into some of the more dangerous territory. This next one is going to be atop the spire that oversees Zelda's chamber and study. You'll need to climb your way up to the top of this spire, and this is one of the more dangerous ones to grab due to the presence of the Guardian that's down below. You can take him out to make things a little bit easier on yourself, but overall, if you just kind of place yourself strategically on that spire, you shouldn't have to worry about him too much. Seed number 896 is going to be another stone, this one hanging out just across the bridge from where Zelda's study is located. It's in a spot where you're decently sheltered from some of your enemies, so you can lift this off of the top, grab the seed before dropping it back down on top of him and making your way back inside to, well, safety from laser fire at the very least. Seed number 897 is going to be probably the most obscurely hidden seed in all of Hyrule Castle. It is a singular rock that is hanging on top of what seems to be a rampart type shelf in a larger chamber. And, well, it certainly took me a minute to find it, though I did receive some help from using the stasis rune. We'll drop it back down on top of this guy's head before moving outside to the final time trial puzzle. I had previously thought we'd seen all of these, but nope, there was indeed one more. It's near the top of Hyrule Castle. You'll need to jump off of the Sanctum balcony and then climb the adjoining spire. I could have leapt up to the top there, as reaching the top of a tree or other item does restore your stamina, as it's considered a resting point, but we were able to make that lunge as part of the standard animation. The second to last seed of our overall journey is also met with a couple of ancient arrows, but then there is a singular balloon hanging out just above the bell at the top of Hyrule Castle. So we'll want to burst that balloon with a loose arrow and finally make the long trek up to the spire, the very top spire at the tip of Hyrule Castle, as there is a final set of fairy lights hanging out for us there as you see it come into view. Now, this has been a very interesting journey for me, so if you've made it this far into the video, well, you might as well hit the subscribe button, as it's clear you enjoy listening to my voice, at least to some extent. Just when you thought that we were done with our Breath of the Wild content, there's one other video we needed to do. And of course, that involves coming to find Hestu after we've collected all 900 Korok seeds. Now, part of me wanted to know if this was going to be any different than what it is normally if you discover him organically and find him with different Korok seeds scattered throughout the land. And I am regrettably here to inform that there's no real change in the way that he behaves. It's all predetermined dialogue. I thought it would have been really cool if the developers would have included something to just let you dump all 900 Korok seeds onto him all at once, or to just expand your inventory completely if you have all the required seeds or all of the seeds within the game as a collective. But unfortunately, that's not the case. So we will go through and take out these enemies before getting the maracas back for Hestu and completing that side quest. And I am doing this to show to you that this is not something that I did earlier on in the adventure and just saved for later on down the road. As you will see, eventually, once we're done taking out these Bokoblin folk, I will walk over to Hestu with his maracas, and you'll notice that the count does indeed show that 900 Korok seeds obtained as he asks for seeds to be delivered to him. We just need to make sure that we don't die trying, because this is a very embarrassing fight to lose on, and I definitely haven't ever lost on it before, and certainly not today. Nope, that what you see there in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, that is a lie, so don't pay that any mind whatsoever. Let's just grab these maracas and make our way over to Hestu to unlock the potential of what we've been doing for almost a year at this point. Climbing down the ladder and moving on down the hill to where he's at, we will be able to encounter, for the very first time in this run and for probably the 20 millionth time in the world, the dialogue that happens when you return the maracas to Hestu and what happens shortly thereafter. He does get very excited though, and he's a very animated character, so it's not all that bad. But this is where I was hoping that things would have been a little bit different in the dialogue with him as we get the maracas back. Now, in a moment here, he's going to ask me for some Korok seeds to make the maracas jingle around a little bit, and we're unfortunately going to have to tell him that that's not what we're trying to do. We do have to give him a couple of seeds here in order to unlock him at his next destination, though, so I will have to do that, but I'll do it off camera because you don't want to sit through that dialogue over and over and over again. But right there's my proof that I do have all 900 seeds before ever talking to Hestu for the first time. And we'll go ahead and deny him before moving on to the next area where he's located, which is at the Woodland Stable, which is a stone's throw away from the Korok Forest and the Lost Woods there. And similarly, you'll have a chance to come talk to him here. He does give you the option of expanding your inventory pretty substantially from there as well before you can move on or need to move on and find him in his final resting place. Which that is the most difficult part of this entire adventure, is just making sure that you don't get lost in these woods. And the best way to do that is to walk in here with a torch. If you don't have a torch of your own, there will be one supplied to you, which is all well and good. But once you get through this little gateland area, you'll need to follow the torches that are set up for you initially. And these are meant to kind of demonstrate the way that this works. Not only does it give you the path, but you can see that the embers for these flames, they are leading you towards the next area or the next flames in the direction you need to go. And that is the important distinguishing factor as to how you can find your way to the end of the path and find Hestu along with the Great Deku Tree and all of the other Koroks. Though it does get a little bit hectic when walking out into the dark once you no longer have the torches to guide you, or at least the torches that are on the ground. But once you get to these double torches, if you don't have them already, you can go ahead and grab another handheld torch and then follow the embers as they fall off the end of it, stopping every so often to make sure you're still going in the correct direction. And the best way to determine what that is coming to that complete stop and then lifting the your camera angle overhead to determine just where the embers are flying off of your torch as you're making your way across. There are some pretty long segments of where you'll be walking in order to do so. And I guess at the end of the day, you don't have to be stopping as frequently as I am, but I don't like having to start this section over again, especially because I haven't done this section of the game in a long time, as my holistic goal the past year has been gathering all 900 seeds, playing occasionally. It didn't take me a full year to get them all. It just, took me at my own pace because I've had other work that I needed to do. And I hope that you've been enjoying that content as well. Here, I was a little concerned that I might get run over by that deer. Fortunately, he skirted right past me and allowed me to continue on with my torch still completely lit. And one final check we'll do here. You'll see that the embers have switched direction one more time. And as soon as you get to that point, you're golden. Once you come up on these little rock formations, there's nothing else you can do to get lost. And it's just right down the home stretch to make your way over to the final resting place for Hestu, and where you'll be able to fully expand your inventory and turn over all Korok seeds collected. I could be running with the torch down at any point here, but now that the area is clearing up a little bit more, I feel a bit safer, and flying down this track is a bit easier and quicker than other methods of travel available to me. Especially because I don't think that the horses like the Lost Forest very much, if I remember correctly. Now, once you get into the Lost Forest, you'll see Hestu's over there, off to the right. The game gives you the very obvious hint at claiming the Master Sword, but we don't have what's needed for that by any sort. So now we will go through the painstaking, deafening process of upgrading our inventory completely. Though I do think there are some dialogue differences there since we have found all of those Koroks. Well, let's go ahead and sit through the level up process, and it is very, very tedious, and you'll be tired of it after a while. But once you've fully upgraded your inventory, you will be rewarded with an oh so precious gold-coated piece of dung. And that's, I guess, what this whole last year has amounted to. So thanks again for watching, and I hope that you have a great rest of your day.